Okay, so good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is August 20th, 2024, and the Supervisor Kirk is not joining us today because he's on a well-deserved vacation with family in Italy, and as I said a minute ago, I'm jealous. Beyond that, we do have a pretty full agenda today. And so I would ask for cooperation from my fellow board members as well as staff that we try and keep things moving along because we've got a lot of items to cover. And with that said, I've asked Supervisor Campbell to please lead us in the pledge. So before we get going further on the agenda, we do have a situation that arose yesterday, and I have staff, Mo has just come up to describe the circumstances, if you could please.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mo Frank, General Services Agency Director. Yesterday morning, we experienced a severe flooding in Unit B of our navigation center. It has affected about 1/3 of the building. We had about 3 inches of standing water. And so with that, emergency repairs need to get started as soon as possible. To that, we have already contacted our insurance carrier, and they're well aware of the situation. We have been documenting both in photos and videos of the situation. But we need to come before you today to place an emergency or an urgent item on your agenda, since it rose subsequent to the posting of your agenda, to ask the board specifically to consider approving a resolution pursuant to Section Code 22050 of the Public Contract Code and Section 3.22.060 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, finding that there is a need to take emergency action to repair the flooding damage at our navigation center.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll look to the clerk. Do you have a recommendation on where to place this?
Chair Goldenberg, I recommend that we place it as 16A on the agenda.
Okay. I think that'll work out fine, so we'll plan on having it as item 16A today. I do need to look to my fellow board members because this came about as an urgency measure, and would like to, we're going to take a vote to approve adding this as an urgency measure onto the agenda today.
Can I make a comment?
Brief, please.
I need to ask Maureen Frank something first. The sooner we approve this, the sooner you can get started today.
Absolutely.
So I, with all due respect to our board clerk, I would suggest that we do it right after the consent calendar so that work can get started.
We have time, and looking at scheduling, we're going to do it as 16A. But thank you for your input.
All right.
So look for a motion, please.
So moved. Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. So, and Supervisor Haff, I didn't mean to be short, but we, in looking at the scheduling today, it fell logically in this way, and it'll still allow them time. I understand. All right. So, with that item taken care of, we'll now move on to oral communications. And as usual, this is the time for the public to step forward to the podium. And you have 3 minutes to speak on any item that is not on the agenda. And please, I stress that not on the agenda. And you'll have 3 minutes, and after 2 minutes, there'll be a tone. The clock's up here, letting you know that you've got 1 minute left. And as I've been doing for some time now, I would ask that, realizing that, people can literally get up and say whatever they want and use whatever language, but I would ask for respect and consideration for the people in the room, the board members, staff, and anybody listening in, to please try not to make any disruptions. So I will call for oral communications. If anybody would like to speak, please come forward. Sure, come on up. Good morning.
Thank you, and good morning, all. We still have the horrible situation of a toxic waste dump right on my property line. By toxic, I mean asbestos-containing serpentine rock, which is going to be allowed to be crushed again, letting asbestos fibers into the air. Little kids and babies live on our street, little kids and babies, and that is one health effect to the public that's being ignored. I very strongly feel, unfortunately, that you have not been responsive to the public's needs in this and other cases. In our case, there's also a lot of the old stumps, root balls, etc., right on my fence line with 2.5 totally bare acres to dump on. And some of this has looked like harassment. I ask that something better be done about this dump. It needs to go for the health and the well-being of a whole neighborhood. Now, some in this neighborhood can't or don't come here to speak or become active about this. They may have no time. Some have medical issues. But this is not just one person. It's many.
Please address the board, ma'am.
Yes. Very well. That's what I have. So please do something better about this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mystery Bradford, and I live in District 1. And I have a couple of things. At the end of Shepherd, South Shepherd, there is a dip and a pothole. And there's no sign near it, and a lot of people have bottomed out. And about a month ago, my airbag blew bottoming out there and hurt me. And I'd like to know why there's no sign or why nobody's fixed it, because so many cars have bottomed out there. And number two, when are you guys, or the board, whoever, is going to open the public bathrooms back at the park? Because there are so many kids that have to pee in the trees or whatever because there's no bathrooms and kids can't wait. And you don't want adults' feces and stuff there either. So I'd like the bathrooms back open because it's part of our community. And number three is, when are the bus routes going to start opening up to go to Jamestown and other places so that we can get things done? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll address your first item, just so you're aware. I'm pretty sure that's within the jurisdiction of the city of Sonora. And so they would be the appropriate body to go to discuss your concerns with the road, just so that you're aware. And I had a question too, if you could step back up. Which park were you talking about, just for clarification, so we know?
One across from the fairgrounds.
Okay.
It's either called Woods Creek or Rotary. I know it's
Very good.
so
Okay,
it's there.
just, I thought it was, but I just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much.
And Chair, I could actually answer that last question too.
Okay, please do.
So at the last Tuolumne County Transit Agency meeting, we voted to move forward with the planning stages for a Jamestown route. So.
Okay, thank you for interjecting that, Supervisor Gamble. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm not sure it's a great morning at our house. It's hard to be inside and impossible to be outside with the dump operating. I don't know if it's permitted to be a dump. It was announced to us on a meeting with CDD and County Council and the CAO on June 13th that they were going to permit this dump to operate as an inert processing debris facility. But there's nothing inert there yet that I know of. There's stumps everywhere along Pat's fence, as she said. It's just intolerable. We have a dump, a 2.5-acre dump in the middle of our neighborhood. Now, neighborhoods don't stop where parcels, zones change. So we are friends with the people on Industry Way that live there. There are residents that live there. There have been homes there for a while. So this is one big neighborhood. There's a dump in the middle of it. No site development plan, no permitting of anything that we know of for this dump to operate, and yet it persists. He's out there every day, active, making noise. If you have pets in your household that are sound sensitive, they don't do well with extreme loud construction noises. It's like thunder and lightning to them. It can be a death to them, as it was in one case. This is absolutely not acceptable. And it's just, there's been no site development plan, no input from the community. A lot of homeowners in Tuolumne County are like us, where their homes are their main investment, and they expect to retire there and stay there forever, or, at least have the equity in their home so they could go on to somewhere else. But in this case, our homes have been assaulted in their property value. It's like we are less than a third world country in the middle of Tuolumne County. This treatment is absolutely unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Sure.
Before I get started, this meeting is governed under the Brown Act, correct?
Yes, all our meetings are, yes.
Just making sure on this. Just a second here. Okay, all right. Good morning. My name is James Wagner. I'm here to talk about Old Buchanan Mine Road in Ponderosa Hills. In 160 years, that road has never been officially closed or blocked, as it takes a legislative act to do so. I have been complaining about a situation there for about 2 years about that road now being blocked by 2 landowners. I have plenty of documentation, witnesses who agree it should be open. They have shown no documentation in 13 years. I have stated repeatedly to the various county departments that there were a fire to happen, it would be nothing short of tragic. Well, it happened on August 8th, 2024, just as I said it would. A fire started down the hill from me. That was the Canyon Fire. And had it started during the day instead of the night, if the wind had shifted just a little, Ponderosa Hills and our small community just outside it would be toast. This is coming from every firefighter I've talked to since. The road was blocked. I had to help clear it, mostly by myself. It weighed about 2,000 pounds. Everyone from the county recorder, the Public Works Department, the county surveyor, United States Forest Service, BLM, my attorneys, etc., have all agreed we have the right to use that road, as do several other landowners behind the blockade, yet no one seems to want to enforce it. Why? If the wind had shifted, everyone back there would have been cut off with nowhere to go but to a safer place, the shaded fire break that the U.S. Forestry Service has been working on down there, and they stopped 2 years ago. Why? If the obstruction was placed back again on the road on October 13th, 2024, falsely imprisoning me by doing so. I then called the sheriff. They came and ordered the obstruction removed and not to put it back on the road. 2 days later, it's back on the road. It is still there. Why is this not being enforced? It was enforced on the night of the 13th. The sheriff can maybe explain this. And why are we not getting any help from the county or the feds to access it? Every single department, including the sheriff, has told me I can move it myself. Even code compliance won't go back there now unless they're accompanied by a deputy sheriff. We need some relief back there much sooner than later. If another fire happens, and it happens with not so favorable conditions this time, lives can be lost, property will be destroyed because of the blocked fire access. And where will that liability end? So we ask that something finally do something, get the road open. It's closed out of sheer spite. And if you need any help, info, a guided tour, anything you want from me, Anaya Kirk has all my contact info. And he gets back from Italy. That's it.
Okay. I would ask that perhaps you can step outside the doors, and I'll ask the appropriate staff meet with you to talk about this situation
Thank you very
outside of
much.
the board meeting here.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you for your time.
You're welcome. All right. Any additional oral communications? Okay. Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. And so now would be the time for staff reports to come up and let us know what's going on in your respective areas and give us a brief overview of the status. Thank you. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brian Bell, Community Development Department. I'm here for a brief staff report on your co-compliance division. I want to share a couple of activities that the co-compliance has been involved in the last couple of weeks. Last week, our co-compliance team assisted the Department of Cannabis Control, Fish and Wildlife, as well as the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Department and other entities in eradication of 2 illegal grow sites in the Groveland area, amounting to 7,637 plants being eradicated and confiscation of over 476 pounds of processed cannabis, all done illegally, of course. It was a very successful joint operation in which we used our co-compliance contractor as well to help destroy the cannabis on site and secure that area. In addition to that, your co-compliance team has been involved in cooperation with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Department on a clean and clear and Fish and Game Code clearance at the Burgle Road location, which is county-owned property, and in Sullivan Creek Waterway. That has been cleared out. The garbage has been cleaned, and as of yesterday afternoon, it all has been restored to its natural state. Another thing I wanted to share with you in regards to your co-compliance team is that since your board invested in co-compliance and the efforts have been put forth, co-compliance has closed nearly 1,200 cases in the last couple of years. And in addition to that, they have affected in almost tripling the amount of recovered abatement costs and fines to the county for those efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the update. Additional staff. Good morning.
Good morning, board members. Sarah Daniel, Resiliency Analyst for your Office of Emergency Services. We wanted to take another moment to remind you about our Groveland in-person meeting on August 27th at 2 p.m. at the Groveland CRC and virtually on September 5th at 5:30 on Zoom. I am also here to let you know that there will be a meeting in Jamestown on September 10th at 10 a.m. at the Jamestown Community Hall with a virtual option on September 19th at 5:30 p.m. Just to refresh your memories for new listeners, the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services awarded grant funding to the County of Tuolumne under the Prepare California Jumpstart Grant. The purpose of this grant is to reduce the long-term risk of disasters, increase resiliency and hazard mitigation measures across census tracts identified by Cal OES that have a combination of high hazard exposure and social vulnerability. We will educate the public on how to assess their risks, discuss potential projects to lessen the impacts of disasters before they occur, and to recover more quickly in the event of a natural disaster. You have before you 2 flyers for these 4 meetings, and we have placed a stack in the back for anyone here today. We encourage the public to attend these meetings and contact our office if you have any questions. Please call our main office number at 209-533-6395. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks for the update. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, also with your Office of Emergency Services. Wanted to just give a little update on our home hardening. As everyone knows, with the recent canyon fire, the entire project area was evacuated or ordered for evacuation. Many of the residents have been reaching out about the project status because obviously defensible space and home hardening is definitely at the forefront of their minds. So we have completed the phase 1 of the environmental historic documents and studies, preservation documents that we have to do. Those have been at FEMA 2 months now. They say it could be 6 months before FEMA approves those documents. Once that document comes back, they will identify what we call no-issue homes. So those homes out of the 415 that have no biological, cultural issues related to the project area. We're hoping about 130-ish homes will be in that no-issue list. Currently, we are also drafting RFPs for our project management that will oversee that. So we hope that person will be on board prior to FEMA approving the list. They will then begin our outreach with those homes. We will have home assessors going out to identify the type of work that needs to be done under the grant, getting those right of entry signed. So that's where we're at in the process. We are taking names and numbers from individuals, and we have a list so that when we go out for our next public meeting, which we hope will be this fall, that's our plan, so that we can engage with those individuals and start them on the process. Just wanted to update everyone because I know the public has been calling, asking us. You can call our office, 209-533-6395. You can also email us, oes@co.tuolumne.ca.us, or visit our home hardening webpage as well for more information.
Very good. Thank you for the update. And, this is a huge opportunity for the county to get this grant and to assist people in this manner. So people are definitely interested in, seeing it come to fruition and get started, and glad to hear that progress is moving along.
Perfect.
To do
Thank
so.
you very much.
Thank you. Additional staff reports. Good morning, Sheriff.
Morning, Board. CAO, County Council, good morning, everyone. Just a quick update. I did not give one at the last special board meeting, but I do want to highlight our total calls as 12,946 in the Communication Center for a total of 3,692 calls for service, with 4,722 of those being generated incidences from the public. Life-saving interventions at 20, emergency medical dispatching 782, and Narcan deployment 6, with a total of 20 specific to fentanyl. Aside from the generic stats, I think it's important that we start with gratitude. Our county has been rocked by some critical incidences in these last few weeks. I'd like to take this moment just to highlight a little bit about Canyon Fire and how grateful I am for the resources that were available late at night. I know we talk about fire behavior and winds and what time the fire strikes, and we all like to try and think that we know what the fire is going to do. But I'll tell you, when I learned of the location of that fire, I was very familiar with that country, and I had great concerns for all of the neighborhoods surrounding there. I was so grateful for all the fire assets and for all the deputy sheriffs that we had available at our expense to evacuate all areas that were determined to be at risk. I highlight that because it's important that you feel a level of connection to that, because it's the investments that you've made over the last few years. In my 15 years here at the Sheriff's Office, I have never experienced a time where I had all of the resources I felt that I needed, except for when Canyon Fire hit. We were able to call in 15 deputy sheriffs in conjunction with some of our detectives. Our fire resources were plentiful, and it was a very, very united front, just with everybody and how quick, from the time when the first engine started arriving, for when the deputy sheriff started arriving, it was amazing how fast we went from discussing warnings to actually moving to orders. Those of you that were on that emergency response text message thread know just how fast that happened. Not to forget Office of Emergency Services, who also supported our efforts with logistical support throughout that event. The deputy sheriffs evacuated over 500 residences, which was also, I believe, close to 1,200 individuals. These were our people, and we were able to do that in under 4 hours. It's only through the efforts from fire and law enforcement, having a united front and a full-fledged attack on that incident, were we able to undoubtedly save lives, because it got interesting for a little while. And I won't talk a whole lot about fire. I know we have our chief here, but nonetheless, a collaborative effort. Very proud of the county's resources, our people, the people who showed up that night, worked all through the night and into the next night, because that, again, fire, deputy sheriffs, OES, all of those folks were there the whole time. So Just a very proud moment to see our community come out, all of the first responders as well. 3 search and rescues in the last few weeks and 3 fines. That's unheard of. That really is unheard of. I would like to just throw a quick recognition out to Investigator Ashley Bujikian, who was our SAR liaison. That's the person who coordinates plans, the grid searches to coordinate and hopefully find these folks that wander off or get lost or whatever the circumstances are. All of our supporting partners from surrounding counties, some near, some far away, who have graciously sent all of their resources. Canyon Fire as well, mutual aid support, all of our search and rescue. So big thank you to all of those folks. Very grateful for their endeavors. A little bit of a quick story on that is that Marin County has a search and rescue squad, and I don't know if I'm using the right terminology or not, but they're comprised of approximately 16-year-old teenage youths that go out and they support, and that's their specialty. I'm told that they are responsible for 3 of the fines that have taken place in the last few weeks. And when I say fines, I mean actually locating whether it was animals, other clues, the people, the individuals who are lost. And so out of all of these resources, all of the experience, these youths came out and they really spearheaded that area of the operation, were able to make those fines. So I think that that's something that's not to marginalize everybody's effort, but I just thought it was interesting that it's those youngsters that are out there with that vision to serve, and they're out there saving lives undoubtedly. So a huge thank you to Tuolumne County Search and Rescue. They've shown up for everything without delay, working all through the night, sometimes sleeping in the forest to start searching at first light. We are very, very grateful for them. Grateful for the partnership with CDD. Yesterday we had an operation out on Burgle where Sheriff's Office and Code Compliance were enforcing all applicable codes, including fish and game and county ordinances. Outside of that, I think that what the board can expect to see for the vision of the Sheriff's Office within the next month, we'll be implementing a schedule of school resource officers, tying that into with our existing civil coroner division to offer the support to all of our support agencies. We will have our first court campus security deputy that will be assigned within the next 2 weeks. So we are moving right along when it comes to increasing the services that the community deserves and has expected for many time. Again, all based on the investments that this board has made. So again, grateful for that and the support, and look forward to moving on. Thank you.
Thank you for the update. A lot of good work was happening out there. Any additional staff reports? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to consent calendar, and I'll look first to the board. Does any board member want to pull any item on the consent calendar? And seeing none, I will ask the clerk to please go ahead and read the consent calendar.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the August 6, 2024 and August 9, 2024 meetings. Item 2, approving the conflict of interest codes for the following Tuolumne County departments and committees: County Clerk, Auditor, Controller, Health and Human Services Agency, and Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Item number 3, approving the conflict of interest codes for the following local agencies: Columbia Fire Protection District and Soulsby School District. Item number 4, determining there's a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the County Administrative Officer as a result of a series of storms from February 2023 through March 2023, pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 3.22.060, 4/5 vote required. Item number 5, determining there's a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the County Administrative Officer as a result of a series of storms from February 2023 through March 2023, pursuant to the Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 3.22.060, 4/5 vote required. Item number 6, approving a contract amendment between the Tuolumne County Department of Social Services and Chabot Las Positas Community College District not to exceed $1,500,000 per fiscal year that extends the current agreement through June 30th, 2025 for Title IVE Specialized Training Services, authorize the board chair to sign the agreement, and authorize the county administrator to sign all future related documents included in the fiscal 24-25 recommended budget. Item number 7, approving an agreement for closed loop referral and network care coordination software tool between Tuolumne County Health and Human Services and Unite Us to not exceed $175,500 of over a 3-year term, year 1, $36,258, year 2 and 3, $69,625, and authorize a county administrator to sign all related documents included in the fiscal 24-25 recommended budget. Item number 8, consideration of recognizing unanticipated revenue in the Liability Self-Insurance Public Risk Innovation Fund in the amount of $1,332,360.83 from the county insurance provider Public Risk Innovation Solutions and Management PRISM, and increasing appropriations in the liability fund by the same amount for expenses related to the 2023 storm damage and the fire at the Groveland Community Hall. 4/5 vote approval required. Item number 9, adopting a resolution 6824, approving the 2024-25 Tuolumne County tax rates pursuant to Government Code 29100. Item number 10, approval of a general contracting professional services agreement to Larson Construction for deck replacement at the Cabrini Behavioral Health Housing Site for $192,410 with a total not to exceed an amount of $211,651, and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents included in the fiscal 24-25 recommended budget. Item number 11, adopting a resolution 6924, declaring the county-owned building located at 2 Pinecrest School Road, Pinecrest, California, 95364, as surplus property, setting a minimum sale price of $100,000, and authorizing the county administrator to market the property for sale.
Very good, thank you. So looking back to the board, are there any comments on the consent calendar items today? Okay, seeing none, and I don't have any, and I'll look for, is there any public comment on the items on the consent calendar only, please? Good morning again.
Good morning again, sir. I was wondering why the Pinecrest property isn't being used for, like, to put people who need housing or something. Why is it being sold?
Okay, thank you for your comment. At this time, we are just declaring it as surplus and the ability to sell it, and I can't say what purpose it'll end up being used for. Any additional public comment on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and look for a motion to approve consent.
I'll move to approve consent.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Kirk absent. All right, so what we're going to do at this time is we're going to go to our 9:30 appointment. So I would look for who is going to present on this.
Good morning, board members. While they get set up, I'll just set the legal framework for the conversation. Today, we're going to update your board regarding the recent Supreme Court ruling and the governor's executive order related to the illegal encampments, and also seek direction from your board regarding the county's sanctioned encampment program. As your board is aware, the United States Supreme Court reversed the Ninth Circuit's ruling in the Grants Pass case and held that enforcement of the generally applicable laws regulating camping on public property does not violate the prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment found in the Eighth Amendment of the United States Constitution. This means local jurisdictions may enforce anti-camping ordinances without being required to have shelter space available for every unhoused individual within the jurisdiction. More specifically, the county may adopt and enforce anti-camping ordinances when those ordinances apply to all individuals in the same manner for instance, prohibiting camping on public or county-owned property regardless of housing status. On July 25th, 2024, in response to the Grants Pass ruling, Governor Newsom issued an executive order directing state agencies to take enforcement action against illegal encampments that pose a threat to life, health, and safety. The governor encouraged local governments to take similar action and partner with state agencies to prioritize removal of these unsafe encampments. The executive order also referenced a Caltrans policy as a guide for how to implement encampment removals, which has many similarities to our county's practices, and it is attached to the staff report. And with that, I want to turn over the presentation to Annie Hockett and Michael Roberson.
Good morning. Annie Hockett, Health and Human Services Agency Director. So I'm going to pivot a little bit to specifically the sanctioned camping site. And just to kind of orient everybody, I was going to kind of review where we've been and where we're at. So in December of 2022, your board approved 9 homeless service priority projects, one of those being the development of a safe parking program. On December 19th, 2023, county staff presented a model of this program for your consideration. The model incorporated input from the Homeless Services Committee. Following that presentation, your board gave staff direction to continue developing the site and provided specific direction on issues such as site management, hours, and location, among others. Staff continued to work with key stakeholders and the Homeless Services Committee to develop the program. On April 11th, 2024, staff again returned to your board with a proposed program model. It utilized county-owned property located at Justice Center Drive. Your board may remember that initially a location off of Sanguinetti Loop was looked at. That was modified in part based on the Sheriff's Office ability to patrol the site located at Justice Center, and so that was the site that was recommended by staff. On July 2nd, 2024, the site officially opened as a 12-month pilot project. The site currently has portable bathrooms, shade structures, trash service, and weekly water delivery. Efforts are underway to provide running water to the site currently. We did work to provide as much outreach to the site as possible. So currently we have all of Health and Human Services visiting the site on a regular basis. So that includes the Department of Social Services, Public Health, Behavioral Health. We also have the Sheriff's Department doing regular visits to the site, as well as animal control. Additionally, we have a number of community-based organizations that are either currently visiting the site or plan to do so soon. Anything you want to add? That's it. Okay, so I guess that's it. So the intent of bringing it before the board is to essentially kind of seek some direction, some of those questions that we have posted up there for all to see. And essentially in light of what Sarah reviewed in terms of the current status of the legal implications, we want to kind of essentially go through these questions, get staff direction. But before we do that, I'll pause to see if there's any questions since we went through that fairly quickly.
Okay, so so we're here, to discuss this and ask some questions, give the direction, and I just want to comment that very briefly that our board is looking to do everything possible to assist people in need, and so even though there's been some legal ramifications that have come out, we have concerns along those lines. So I'll look to the board for questions at this point. Supervisor Hath.
Yeah, I was just curious, the water being brought to the property, what's the timeline for that?
Well, that's through TUD, Tuolumne Utilities District. We paid it's a deposit fee that then allows them to go out and start doing the site work. So luckily there is water nearby, so there's not like a lot of trenching and stuff that has to happen. So they would bring the service there, bring a meter there. We have to contract with a plumber to bring in a backflow preventer, as well as a secured concrete area with a cage to secure that backflow preventer. And then we're going to be working on developing water access through a spigot. But in cooperation with ATCA and some other water agencies, There's some grant money available to the county. We're currently looking at an MOU to develop a bottle filling station, a pet watering station, and a drinking fountain there that would be open to the public. We're trying to move as quickly as possible to get that spigot supply of water ready to go because the other is going to take longer to develop. I was told by TUD they were going to elevate this as a priority, and so they hope to be on it within the next couple weeks.
Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Annie and Michael. So the first question is, why is this coming to the board again? Because as far as I can tell, the grants past decision that the Supreme Court doesn't change anything about the plan that we worked out here on the board a month and a half ago. So why are we here again discussing the same issues?
I'll look to County Council if she would like to comment first, or.
So when this was coming back, Supervisor Campbell, you were one of them, but we had several of you who asked as soon as the Supreme Court heard and ruled on this, you asked us to return with an update on what that would mean for the clean and clear, our own ordinances, and the camping. So that's why we're here today.
Okay, but there's a difference between an update on the Supreme Court decision and giving you new direction on things that have already been decided. That's my question. Why are we broaching the subject of changing the plan when we already had a plan?
Because there were some who expressed you may want to change that plan depending upon what the Supreme Court ruled. And so we're just looking to see, are we good to continue with what we've been doing?
Okay. All right. And I respect that, and I agree with that. That's not really what's presented here. We have a menu of options to change, and so since we have these different questions here, what is the staff recommended action with each of these? I mean, you're the ones that are working this site. You're the ones that are there on the day-to-day basis. You have a much better impression than any of us about what's happening on the ground. You have to be asking these questions for a reason. So what's your recommendation?
Yes, we'd be happy to go through these and share what staff recommendations are. To echo CIO Riggs, based on the changing in that ruling, we did want to make sure that we brought it back in the event that the board did decide that this wasn't something they wanted to continue to pursue. So with that, we'll go through these and we'll have Michael add something quick.
Well, and part of the reason why we're coming back before the board is we said that we were going to move forward in establishing and opening the sanctioned camp, but that we were going to have to pivot and be nimble in the process of developing the facilities. So I'm not speaking to the services side, but to the facility side. And there have been some shifts and some questions that have come up in that process that we feel like we need board support on. In large part, there is some community support for the fact that the board did sanction an area for people who are living in other encampments in the community to come to a place where they would be allowed, and there's been a lot of support for that. But I think there's been confusion about how some people in the community believe we should be developing a full-service campground, but the board direction was for something much more primitive, for just basic necessities, garbage, portable toilets, so sanitation, and also water, which at this point is being delivered in bottles, but we're hoping to, like what you heard already, move forward with that. And then some other issues have come up. I won't call them issues, and CDD and the sheriff office could address that, because neither facilities nor Health and Human Service Agency really can enforce the boundaries of the encampment and where people can stay and where they can't. And so I think there were some questions that came up about are the clean and clear and critical infrastructure ordinances clear enough to support what both code enforcement and law enforcement would want to do in terms of enforcing sort of the boundaries of the encampment. So that, I think, also is a part of the answer to the question that you asked. So we can go through these. Annie would be happy to lead you through them.
I would be happy to. So the first question really is, do we continue with the 12-month pilot project as this board provided initial direction on, or until funds are expended, whichever occurs first? Michael will tell you that we do have enough funds to provide the program to last for the full 12-month period. So that first question really will dictate the rest, whether or not we are going to continue forward with the 12-month pilot.
Okay, before we go through all of these points, let's continue with questions.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's my question. I mean, we're going to have a discussion about it at some point, so I'd
Okay,
like to
yeah, and I appreciate that.
at least be somewhat informed about where staff is on,
Understand.
why these are the questions that we have to answer.
So Sheriff, you have
Yes, sorry,
something
just
you'd
sitting in
like
the
to-
back and looking at these slides and these questions. I know there have been some conversations over the last few weeks as to what this would look like. I think I can offer some insight that might bring some clarity to majority of these questions, and maybe even so a recommendation. First, I'd like to say that in those previous conversations with both Michael and Annie, they have shared some statistical data that shows that this location is effective. From a consequential knowledge perspective, deputy sheriffs going in and enforcing all fishing game, also some critical infrastructure ordinances as well with the partnership of CDD. It's been effective for us. And I know that when I was here probably 5 months ago talking about how we need to have something as we implement the first phase of this strategy of dealing with homelessness, it was talked about implementing those things in phases and how are we going to be effective. And my goal was to have an opportunity that when we go into these encampments and we are engaging with these folks, that we have an avenue towards a peaceful resolution. I can tell you right now, if we're talking about just the first phase of the implementation of this, it's been effective for us as well. And I think that the community has seen the return on those investments and that strategy, not only with Rawhide, but now with Burgle and several other smaller locations, both on public and private property. I would say this, if the question is, does the board want to keep the sanctioned camp? I would say that 85% of all strategy is lost in the implementation phase if you're not seeing the return on the investment. I can tell you that we are seeing a return on it. Anything after the pilot program that was approved, I would say evaluate it at that time. But I will tell you this, is that we are getting results. It's a meaningful engagements that are taking in place. I think with the governor's new executive order that has come out, I think what it does is it gives us the opportunity to reinvent what the rules look like for this area if you decide to keep it. I think that if the goal is to have people into services, then maybe part of utilizing that authority that has come down from the state suggests that people have to be in services or that they have to follow the rules. One of the things I have talked about with county administration and county council is already making certain amendments that make it, I would say, more clear that deputy sheriffs and compliance can go in and have somebody leave the area that's already been sanctioned. We've had conversations about what that looks like under the governor's new guidance that he's put out for the state. Because I think if you're not following the rules, you should be held accountable. And if that's the one area in this county that we are temporarily going to allow people to stay, then they have to follow the rules. And if they don't follow the rules, then they have to leave. And that will give us a mechanism to differentiate from people who want help, want services, are on temporarily experiencing hard times in life, from the folks who are just anti-community and want to live a nomadic lifestyle. And then when we have that differentiation, we can make a better decision as to what that area looks like. That would be my recommendation of what we've seen so far in the first 5 months. It has been effective. To what degree you continue on those services, I just offer that information. Hopefully it answers some of these questions from what we've been seeing from a law enforcement perspective.
And so thank you for stepping up, Sheriff. Much appreciated. And I see Quincy is approaching as well. If you could, and Quincy as well, specifically address the 5th bullet point regarding enforcing clean and clear.
I don't think that there's any confusion. As a matter of fact, I attended one meeting and our Brian Bell was there with us as well. And I think that we talked about certain signage to make sure that the boundaries were clear on it. But I think more importantly, the only reason why there was some confusion in that one conversation was geared around the area where the sanctioned area already is located. So at one point of implementing this, we had to have folks move from the designated location to make improvements on it, and they were made to move to the adjacent area, which is also kind of in the same area. I know that sounds confusing, but therein lies the opinion that those folks would have slightly a more reasonable expectation of privacy than they would have in the sanctioned area. and that maybe there was room for modification to make sure that we were clear. That would only apply to that one area. I think it's being addressed. Sheriff's Office and Code Enforcement are both on the same page moving forward, that we are prepared to implement those things when it's appropriate and when we have the clarity that we need. But I think it's important to highlight that that was the only situation that confusion, if you will, was even there. And I really don't think it's confusion. I think we identified the issues to be the most effective at moving folks back into that area.
Supervisor Goldenberg, I do just want to weigh in that we have not been proactively enforcing your clean and clear and your critical infrastructure, meaning those buildings that we identified so many feet from the building, no camping and those types of things. And that was because we wanted a certain amount of time for education and outreach. So that is one of the questions is your board now, based on the results from the Supreme Court, are you asking and are you ready for staff to start actually enforcing more of the critical infrastructure, in clean and clear? That would go to any of those areas that we have not been enforcing around all of those buildings that were identified. And so that's, are we now prepared? Are you now prepared to give us direction? And we want to make sure that we're all aligned so that if you start receiving any types of comments or concern, that we're all aligned in the direction and the will of the board.
Okay, so I appreciate your bringing those points up, and the board would be prepared to address that, looking to the sheriff and Quincy for code enforcement. Are you prepared as well, should the board express that desire?
The Sheriff's Office is prepared to support all of these endeavors.
Okay, very, very good. I
won't answer for code enforcement.
Yeah. Good morning, Quincy.
Good morning, Quincy Ely, Community Development Department, and our department does oversee code compliance. I just wanted to echo the sheriff's comments that we're here to support this sanctioned camp however we can. What we really need is boundaries, because another reason that this site was preferred over the Sanguinetti site was the ability for it not to be seen from the highway. And that's an important aspect for me that I want to keep at the forefront of our thoughts, which is important for us to make sure that we have boundaries, the appropriate signage, and that we have the support of the board to be moving people into the right areas within the sanctioned camp. And our staff is happy to support and willing to support that effort. As to your fifth bullet point, does the board want to begin enforcing clean and clear and critical infrastructure ordinances more proactively? We will work to shift resources to do that. If that's the goal for your board, is to move beyond sort of a reactive where we know we have existing camps and we sort of take them as resources are available. If the intent is to move faster, then we will shift from other code compliance activities and move into the clean and clear and critical infrastructure more as a priority. That all comes with staffing resources, so we'll need to make sure that we are able to maintain staffing resources to do that. And I also just overall from the sanctioned camping site, like the sheriff said, it is very helpful for our staff to have a place to direct individuals, whether we're in a clean and clear enforcement situation or whether it's just our day-to-day activities that for folks that our team encounters out in the field. It's not just the larger camps that come onto our radar screen. And so it is very, very helpful to have a place and to be in the conversations about the operations of those places and where those things are happening. It helps us help our fellow team members to get people connected to resources. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, none at this time. So before we move further, I'd like to go to Supervisor Brandon for questions, and then we're going to come back to, these points. But
Great, thank you. I did have one question. This is more related to Martin v. Boise and the change in the decision. That has been attributed for some of the things related to warming fires, cooking fires, and kind of, well, we can't do anything related to somebody having a fire that there may be brush around in that. Do we know if this has changed anything in relation to enforcement on fires?
The Martin versus Boise and the Grants Pass case had nothing to do with fires. So I think that the county has the ability to enforce as it sees fit. So I guess if there's something else that I'm missing, let me know.
No, and the issue is I've gotten a few different answers on that. Some saying, well, it's a Boise decision, kind of in the periphery of it's connected to being able to be at a site. Others saying, well, this is within our authority to do it. Or sometimes, well, it's a poorly defined, what is a fire versus a bonfire versus, Anyway, that's my only question. Thank you.
And I'll just offer, and again, look at questions here, but we're also dealing with state statutes, fire regulations and stuff that govern some of these areas that are outside of, perhaps this decision. Okay, I don't have any, I've definitely got some comments, but I don't have specific questions. Looking at these items here, there's going to be further discussion, but I think at this time what I'd like to do is go to public comment and get the people's concerns addressed, and then we'll bring it back to the board and have further discussion. So if any member of the public would like to come up and discuss and make comments on, we're having a little.
And I am at the camp.
Okay.
And
Good
we
morning.
do need some help with the guidelines of bringing people in. Yesterday was chaos. I made calls to
Please, ma'am.
people yesterday.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to please speak into the microphone and address the board, please. Thank you very much.
And as far as the public knowing the true truth of what's going out there is not happening. Everything. And we do need some help out there getting the rules established. Yesterday, a big thing, you guys closed down Burgle. You want us on the gravel. The trailers and the tents aren't mixing, the haves and the have-nots. Look at me. No water, no showers. I have worked in this county, in Groveland. I worked for Valley Lumber as a bookkeeper for many, many years. I do not do drugs. I have been thrown into a situation that is totally out of hand. We are being eaten up by meat bees. We've had no water in 4 days. The only one I've seen out there is Mr. Campbell. You guys just don't seem to understand. I am down bad. My mother just died, and you're not understanding. This is a horrible mess. And I got at Camp Hope in 2020. This problem has escalated beyond anything I can even imagine from then till now. The transparency is not there. People are saying things that are not happening. I don't know, guys. How do we fix this? And you can't say that everybody fails. If everybody's failing, then there's a problem with the system. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm living it, and it's terrible. No showers,
Okay,
no
ma'am,
coffee.
ma'am. Okay, I understand that you're upset, ma'am, and that's what I was trying to indicate, okay? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Leonidas Russell, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of the Mother Lode. We encourage the board to continue the sanctioned encampment operation until the end of the year as originally passed by this board. We further encourage the county to pursue transitional and permanent housing for all of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment here. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lori May. Good morning. Last year, my husband and I had the opportunity to get to know the Lambert Center, and we started volunteering there every Friday, and we did it for about 8 or 9 months. And in doing so, we really got to know this population. We got to know them personally. We got to hear their stories. And I just want to say, first of all, that people are in this situation for many different reasons. Some people have lost their homes due to fire. There's no affordable rentals. There's a lot of reasons why people become homeless. And so when the sanctioned homeless camp opened in July, it opened during a horrible heat wave. And we became aware, just through friends, that they were suffering. They were suffering. There was no shade. There was no water. And so my husband and I started visiting the camp. And we knew these people already from the Lambert Center. And so we have visited once to twice a week regularly. We bring water, we bring Gatorade, we bring ice, we bring dog food, we bring non-perishables, we bring what little we can. And there's many, many people like us. There's a whole community of people that care about these folks, that know that they're people, they're individuals with their own stories, and that there's no reason to blame or judge or cast any judgment on why they're there. And so I'm just here today because I want to urge the board to continue this camp and to expand it if need be. This is a service we need, and these people deserve it. They're human beings just like you and I, and I'm just encouraging you to put this as a priority because they deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Morning, Board. Thank you. My name is Rebecca. I live on Old Wards Ferry, not too far from the encampment, and I was at the meeting where you approved this. I appreciated everything, everybody else who's spoken. I still have so many questions, and one of my biggest concerns that I think I just heard is that the rules that were listed and that we were assured were going to, be followed, sounds like they're not being enforced. The whole issue of not being able to see it from the highway, I mean, that's all I see when I drive past there. So I support some kind of camping or ideally better shelter for the homeless. But I'm frustrated that it sounds like what we were promised as a community isn't happening. The encampment is spreading. I don't know if it's, from what I can see, it looks like it might be hitting the watershed, which we were also assured that there wouldn't be any camping in the watershed area down to Sullivan Creek. That there's, water's not coming in. And I just, if you're gonna do it right. I support it, but it needs to be done right. And if it's not done right, then it's going to negatively impact not just me and my neighbors, but the whole community. So I don't know what it's going to take to deliver on the things that we were promised when this thing was approved, but they need to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comments? Good morning.
So as you all know, I've been spending a lot of time at the Justice Center camp. I've seen a lot of issues and a lot of successes. I've seen some people there really wanting to get sober and have gotten sober. Other people are encouraging people to be sober. But of course, without the camp being managed, there's the problem of drugs coming in and drug dealers and violence and all the things that, she said the community was promised wouldn't happen. So obviously I believe that the program should continue, but my suggestion is that you really need to get an on-site manager there so that somebody's there to enforce the rules, because otherwise everything is just so chaotic. People are building structures and there's nobody to tell them you can't do that. And then, like I said, the drugs, I think there needs to be somebody there who could check people in so you know at least who's coming and going. But I think there needs to be some cleanup specifically with some people at that camp that just should not be there and are causing a lot of problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Yes, sir. Good morning.
Hello, Board. My name is Derek Gelhart. I'm an IHSS in-home care worker. My client recently became homeless, and I had to go down there with her. The conditions are, I would encourage the board to go down and look at the porta potties. They're overflowing. There's no water for these people. Why, if there are resources and they're saying they can be shifted, why can't we do that? Why can't we do it today? These folks have nowhere to use the restroom. There's no water to drink. We need to follow through if that's what's going to happen. I don't intend to stay there. As a matter of fact, I can't stand it there. There's a lot of things happening there that shouldn't be. People are arguing, fighting, and if their basic needs aren't met, what are we going to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come up under public comment on this item? All right, so I'm going to bring it back to the board at this point. I'm going to make a brief statement to begin with because I think Supervisor Campbell was right on in the comment that he made. We as a board did approve the site, and we laid out some parameters on that. And looking at this list, I think that some of them in particular are operational items that can be done, by HHSA staff in managing the area and working in conjunction, with the sheriff, code enforcement folks as necessary. But I'll leave it at that. I have some more to go into, but I just kind of wanted to put that statement out because some of these items I think they did not need coming back to the board on. I think direction was already given when we established. Not on all of them, but on some of them. So let's circle back here. Supervisor Brandon.
Sure. I always have comments. I appreciate this coming back. I was interested, I think, in the Martin v. Boise update of what that changes. I know, too, though, from the moment we kind of opened this, I wouldn't say an evaluation of the entire program as we're looking at the 12 months, but there have been a couple of things that are just emerging details. So I appreciate the opportunity. It would be nice to kind of see the full plan within it, but be able to weigh in on some of these things is very helpful. I only wanted to say, firstly, regardless of the Boise decision and Grants Pass, really well done to our staff, because in advance of that, and we didn't know how that was going to go, we put something in place that I think sounds legally robust. It's being effective. We're hearing from our enforcement officials that it's working. We're seeing encampments reducing within the community. We're seeing people utilizing this resource. And we're still have a lot of ongoing projects as far as support to move forward, but I think we've made really significant progress. And this was one of those issues that 3-4 years ago it was purely exasperating and really challenging. So we're not completely there yet, but we've been making a pretty big difference, I think. Want to say, too, that there are some issues with it, and I think this is acknowledged. The choice was made to open this while it's being improved rather than to have this completely shut down while everything is fixed up. That means, as we've heard, it's a couple weeks out to basically have the patrol there. We're, working with our partners, TUD, to be able to have water, installed. We're kind of rolling with the issues as they come up, but it's continuing week after week to be improved to the level that I think our board directed, which was, as I said, a generally primitive campsite. This is not a recovery facility. This is not the housing pathway there. This is a sanctioned site to be able to camp. The goal is to not have a person stay in this site. It is to be able to have services that go out and have them choose to, with whatever the issues are, and it's complicated and very individual, whether it's recovery, whether it's social services, whether it's job training. We have a lot available to offer at the county, but we have to make sure that they're at the point of wanting to do that too. And so not setting our expectations that this site is where people are going to recover and find everything that they need. That's not what the goal of this is. This is a practical solution to the issue, and at best a staging area to actual long-term recovery. So on all of these, I want to say continue it for the 12-month pilot period. I do support what I've heard with the existing provisions. This is looking at the porta potty, the water being installed. I think specifically just focusing on a spigot at first would make a lot of sense. to it as well. But other than that, I think those have been rolling out. I appreciated seeing the fuel reduction work and the graveling and whatnot that was added. I would support enlarging it as needed and being able to identify sites on there. I know right now it's kind of open, in a normal campsite type thing, hammer and a stake with a number on it. That way we're able to somewhat designate locations a bit and make it a little more orderly and everybody gets about a fair space. But I think since we have this open, the folks who are able to go there are coming from encampments in other places, which is along rivers causing issues or legal encampments. It is much better to have them in one site where we're able to manage that and focus resources if there's an issue than spread between 15 or 20. So enlarging or adding more camps, I'm in support of that. As far as fencing and fixed signage, I'll leave that to you on it. I do think it's good to have some visual barrier with the highway. I don't think it's too bad. It is noticeable if you look, but it is predominantly covered by shade trees on the side of what's blocking it. But if there is a need there and we have the budget for it, that's fine. If we need to plant a row of bushes, that's fine. To me, that's not the biggest priority. I do want to see the Clean and Clear and Critical Infrastructure Ordinance proactively addressed. To me, this is the number one code compliance issue. This and illegal dumping are the ones that really grind my gears in particular. And I think we have a few sites in particular that we know folks have ended up returning to that cause issues. So being able to see any type of patrol or checking in there is important. And as far as signs for no camping, there are a few specific areas. For me in particular, it would be along Woods Creek, some of the access points, and particularly that would be at Rawhide Bridge and Wigwam Road, and the Mill Villa area, which is now fenced, but towards the bridge up there. In particular, there's been a number of encampments along Woods Creek that's caused some issues. Adding to this very quickly, one thing that we were not able to include that I think we should with the Clean and Clear and Critical Infrastructure, and I would ask for the board's support on it. We talked about this when it brought up, this was a Boise issue, is including parks and parking lots where we have a no parking ordinance already on the books. We were not able to include that, to my knowledge, within the critical infrastructure original one. I believe we now have the capability to do that. This is specifically for me, Roca Park and the parking lot behind it. We were not able to apply it very well along there. As long as we're looking at it and the decision there, I do think one of the next things would be increasing enforcement on fires, the ability to find and extinguish for ones that are unsafe. I've heard a lot of, well, we're not sure exactly what we can do. There's some ambiguity. One thing is having a butane fire, having a small fire that's cleared, but we can't risk a fire getting out of control. We have to be able to do something to say this is the only way that this type of thing is allowed, and it can't be a fire risk. I do support what was brought up by the Sheriff Code Compliance in that, the ability to give direction and the ability to remove and potentially bar an individual from that camp has to be protected. There has to be some accountability for the behavior. I don't know what that looks like, but I certainly agree that just because we have this as a place that folks can go, if somebody is causing problems for the other folks, harassing them or assault or is a bad actor, we have to have the capability to address it. And I would encourage to, we're not anybody on site every single day as much as you're going to be seeing. If you're able to document these things and be able to get the paper trail and report on it, it does help because then we want to identify the folks that are making it feel unsafe, that are causing issues. Sorry. Yes. Ma'am. It's not public comment right now, but I only wanted to say that I encourage you be able to file a paper trail with that because what you're seeing there is stuff, that's what we need to hear. And I only wanted to encourage that even if it doesn't feel like initially it gets told, it lets us be able to track that over time and say, okay, this is a person 5 people have called about saying a similar thing, that this is an issue there. And all right, great. Okay. Do you have everything on here? Were there any other additional questions? Okay.
No, right now we're doing, okay. And let me please remind the audience, we had public comment already. We are expressing as a board and working through this, and Supervisor Brandon was outlining some things that I think are important to recognize. Supervisor Haff, do you have some additional?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all the comments from the public today. And those comments of Supervisor Brandon, mine are very similar to his. I don't wish to stop the sanctioned campsite. I want to see it through the 12-month period. However, health and safety issues do need to be addressed, and we can talk about the best way forward with that. I would like to see the rules being followed, and if there are problems with that, I think that's an operational thing that our different departments that are there already can work together to resolve. Let's see, I'm down to, does the board support added fencing and fixed signage to the site? I don't support folks camping on or near the water, so if that's happening, that needs to be fixed. And however, operationally, you feel best to do that, I'm fine with. And yes, just similarly to Supervisor Brandon, the clean and clear ordinance is very important to me. I know we've got folks on Sullivan Creek that are actually contaminating the water for everybody else, and we can't have that. So we do need to move forward with enforcing that. If I was not of the understanding that we weren't enforcing it. So good to know, and let's move forward with being more proactive about that. And the no camping signs, I have been asking for this for our libraries, for the resilience centers, places like that, as well as parks where the camping is not approved or sanctioned. So if we can now do that because of this new Supreme Court ruling, I'm all for that. Any other questions? Did I answer them all? Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and I agree with many of the comments of my colleagues. As far as the 12-month pilot period, you don't change horses midstream. This is a project that is in process and is a work in progress, as people that are living there can attest to. It is not perfect, and I do believe that it can be improved operationally over time with some minor changes. I think Supervisor Brandon's suggestion about designated campsites, putting a stake with a number, I think that's actually a really good idea. And whatever we can do within, I guess you would call it an unmanaged capacity, to kind of address some of these rule following issues. I don't know if it's communicating with law enforcement, if it's visiting the site, or if there's certain bad actors there that are causing all the problems. I don't know. That's an operational thing. I'm not familiar with who the individual people are that are causing these problems, but I've certainly heard about it. But there have to be ways that we can make these kind of incremental changes to improve the situation there. We had the misfortune of opening it during a historic heat wave, so I think that kind of put everybody there in a bad, it put it in sort of a bad light, and so trying to turn that around is very difficult. So I'll just kind of ask for some grace and patience with some of the people out there to keep that in mind, that it was never intended to be an urban style low barrier shelter. This was designed specifically to give people an option if they're camping in watersheds or in public property or on private property, that they have an option to go here without running sideways with law enforcement, with property owners or business owners, that there's a place they can go where they're not going to get hassled. That's pretty much the limit of it. And it was always intended that way. So I really I hope people have the right expectations for what this is about. There are other housing options that are available, that are addressing some of those more acute needs that are related to mental health issues and substance abuse, but that is not this site. This is purely a health and safety type decision. So as with respect to expanding it, I'm not gonna tell you how much to expand it or what that limit would be. I would say it can be expanded within reason, and I will leave you to interpret what that means. If it's sprawling, if it's going down the side of the hill and getting closer to the jail or other buildings or things, then that's going to be an issue. But if we're talking about adding 5 to 10 new sites, that's probably okay. Fencing, I've long said I don't give a damn about this site with respect to people seeing it on the side of the road. It's there, it exists, it's a real thing. Whether people see it or not, I don't care. I'm not going to put a fence up around it to pretend like we don't have this problem in the community. So if that's it's not specific here about why we're talking about fencing. If we're talking about enclosing it and making a clear delineation of what's encompassed by the site, possibly. But if we're talking about creating a barrier so that we don't have to offend the eyes of people driving by, I don't support that. Or I don't even, that's not even in the calculation for me.
Supervisor, I can address
Yeah.
that. I think clarity would be good for the board and the public. It is a visual boundary line, that this is outside the developed area where you can camp, because right now it's going to keep sprawling. So it's not meant to be a security fence or enclosed.
Sprawling in an unmanaged way.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could, if that's something you're asking for, do you think that that's necessary? I'm asking you. Do you think that's necessary?
I think it's necessary for code enforcement and law enforcement to know that the people who are out there have a clear understanding of where the boundary is and where camping is and is not allowed. So yes, I think it's necessary.
And I don't want to go down a rabbit hole on this, but it raises a question for me. What happens if somebody sets up camp outside that boundary? Now, are we on the hook to call the sheriff and tell, and kick them off that until they move inside of the, I don't think it's going to be as neat and tidy as that everybody's going to camp within the barrier and it's going to be hunky-dory. I think people are going to camp around it, and we've kind of already been seeing that. So, I would leave it, yes.
Supervisor Campbell. So that issue is one of the discussions we had with code enforcement and the sheriff's office. And so it also means that now that we know that your board is interested in maintaining this pilot program, we will come back with recommendations to modify the clean and clear ordinance, because right now there is no unauthorized camping whatsoever on county property. The sanctioned encampment, we're obviously allowing it in a certain area. So when it comes to enforcement, it will be important to know where camping is allowed versus where it's not allowed, for code enforcement and for the sheriff's office.
But if we're going to be enforcing clean and clear, 100 feet from the outside of the barrier for this camp, to me that defeats the purpose. Clean and clear should be for people camping in watersheds, in front of public buildings, or places where they really shouldn't be. If they're generally in the right area for this, I'm not saying it's right. I'm pointing out that I don't see a really good solution to policing that unless we're going to be kicking people off campgrounds that ring the established campgrounds nonstop, and causing really more trepidation than is probably necessary. Because if somebody's in the same general area, then that's what we want them to do. So whether they're on this side of the fence or the other.
I think one of the problems,
You get where I'm going with that?
I do, I understand it, but I think one of the problems is that the sanctioned area has been graded, there's gravel down for safety purposes in terms of no fires and that sort of thing. And so when people are camping outside of that area, now we have a risk of potential fires or other type of issues. So again, we will bring back some recommendations to your board after this conversation, and we can have more discussions about the ordinance and possible modifications. But again, when we were talking with code enforcement in the sheriff's office, and I know they're here, so I don't want to speak for them, but having a very defined area is going to be the most effective from an enforcement perspective. Maybe not from other perspectives, but straight enforcement, it will be helpful.
All right, and I won't belabor it anymore. I get your point theoretically. I just don't think it's really going to work out in practice because the areas outside of that immediate graded area are more attractive from a camping standpoint, and you cannot. It's very hard to police human behavior in that case. So I'll leave that to your discretion. If you can make it work, then make it work. And then a clean and clear infrastructure. I want to be really clear about what my vision of that is. Okay, we've all seen images, Sacramento County down south, bulldozers coming through, taking out tents and people's belongings and stuff. That was kind of the bad old days, 3 or 4 years ago when some of these camps started getting taken up. That is not what I'm picturing. What we do in our county is a whole slew of services are brought into these areas to begin with, and that people are encouraged to move either to the safe camping site or preferably to get into programs through HHSA before anything happens with their belongings, with their tents. The only time that we're going to be cleaning up and kicking people out of campgrounds is that if they have some kind of criminal behavior, obviously, if they have warrants, if they're doing things that are a danger to the community, but also if they've been offered these types of other opportunities repeatedly and repeatedly refused them and said, I like this is just where I want to be, that's not good enough, okay? I might like to live in a mansion in Malibu, but if it's not my mansion and it belongs to someone else, I can't take up residence there. And I feel the same way with public lands. It doesn't belong to any one person, it belongs to everyone. So that's what I'm talking about when I say clean and clear. We're not talking about sweeps, as they're called. We're talking about a series of steps that we go through, starting with HSA and ending with code compliance and law enforcement. And hopefully that you get 90% of the people out of these living situations with those first efforts before you have to go to the other. And then signs, I'm surprised we haven't done that already. Yeah, I mean, we all know where the campground, the illegal campsites are. I don't know what kind of cost it would be, but it seems pretty reasonable to put a no camping sign everywhere that we know that there's no, that camping happens. And, that's just another tool in the toolbox that if people are not following the rules, you can point to a sign and say, hey, you've got X number of days to either get into services or do some of these other things or move to the sanctioned campground. I don't think that's unreasonable. So.
Supervisor Campbell, just to note, that is part of the process. Offering services is part of the process, but there are occasions where, and I don't know if code enforcement or the sheriff's office wants to speak to the actual enforcement. So we have a couple examples recently, Bruegel Road or Rawhide, and maybe they can speak to how we implemented.
Good morning. So what has happened on the two sites that we've used the clean and clear ordinance for enforcement so far is that prior to any action that's taken in the field, we immediately start working with Health and Human Services, Sheriff's Office, Animal Control, anyone who may either be able to help the individuals who are there or may need to help if someone is resisting to leave. So we start with that. We start with making an ops plan, and then we follow the noticing procedures in the ordinance code. And so right now, we will identify a day, let Health and Human Services know, like, this is the day we're going to be posting the notices. And I believe sometimes they have gone out ahead of time. Yeah, have gone out ahead of time so that it's not just out of the blue, the cavalry shows up at a site and starts telling people to leave. So prior to the signs being posted, folks are being offered services. and then code compliance will come, we'll post signs, we'll work with sheriff's office, talking to people. I won't say what their process is, but I know that they're looking kind of to see who is there. And then over those next few days, as individuals want to engage with services, that happens, and then we'll come back on sort of the cleanup day, and anyone who is still there will be asked to leave. At Burgle Road, we were even, staff was assisting moving belongings, and so at Burgle Road, I believe there was only one individual left on the site when we went with our contractor. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I think that was a perfect explanation of the process. Other than on the notices, we kind of overlap. We use the authority of existing codes such as Fish and Game, any applicable penal code or health and safety code violations to include county code. It's important that everybody know when we go into these things, we're aiming for the meaningful engagement. We want people to get the help that they deserve, but we also want them to know that there's an accountability aspect of it. By the time we come in and we do our initial walkthroughs, it's specifically for safety. We let the people who are there, whether it's HHSA, county code compliance, to post the signs with all the appropriate language, but the goal is to get people into services. Whether they do that or not is completely up to them. I would say that it's been very, very successful so far at the two major projects that we've had where most people are gone by the time we come back after the 72 hours, which is, I believe it's 72 hours, it's posted on that notice. For just to get an idea real quick of what enforcement looks like in these areas, in the last 30 days in July, the sheriff's office has 72 specific incidences, whether those are foot patrols, whether they are getting calls from inside one of the camps. This is the illegal camps, and then also Camp Justice, which I think is what we've been calling it. So know that there is a presence in there. People are calling for help regarding 911 type emergencies, and we are responding to those. With a total of about 97 individuals who have self-declared themselves as being unhoused. So they're getting services from that aspect. We are patrolling those areas, but for that process, it's important that one of the missing components will be that the county should maintain that authority, that after we've done everything correctly, if people are not following the rules, there has to be a mechanism to remove them from those areas that we've determined are sanctioned, whether that's between now and the next 6 months. So again, I echo everything that the director of CDD said. We're on board with that. We've been working closely in that partnership. We are prepared to enforce all laws and facilitate civil processes as they apply to county code and all the other existing codes as well.
Okay. So I agree with the comments of my fellow board members, just where we're going with this. Definitely, want to keep the site open. That's important. It was our intent to do so. Yes, things changed. There was a Supreme Court decision. There was, the governor's executive order did not specifically, pertain to counties, but it did provide good guidance on where the state's going. And so there's, some pieces that we can, take from that. But it's, specifically directed at state entities. Clean and clear, if we need to take the opportunity now that we have some more information, as Supervisor Half, I believe, mentioned, that we can look at parks and parking lots, we should do so. And, that's going to require an amendment to the ordinance in order for that to, be, legitimate for us to, go down that road. Let's see here, a couple of my notes. Enlargement, we didn't specify any hard numbers when we set this up. We were dealing with a site and the parameters of that site and taking into consideration issues such as watershed areas and keeping people out of that. And that's where a lot of the initial confusion and, concerns came from, people that were, living out there already and trying to get that, sorted out. And we've pretty well gotten there, but there's probably a little bit more work to do still. And I think Supervisor Campbell, mentioned on enlarging. I'm not looking for numbers here. You look at the site, you look at the intake, basically. How many people are coming in there, and manage it accordingly. And if we need to expand it a bit and bring in some more gravel and carve it up a little bit, well, then that would be something. Again, it's an operational thing that staff should work to achieve, and certainly working with code enforcement and law enforcement. The bottom line is we're doing the best to address the concerns of the public on areas that were flagrantly getting so far out of control, and bringing that together and opening the site, and trying to make things better for the people that are residing there. It's not meant to be, never was, and never should, as a long-term place for people to be living. That's not what this was designed. There's certainly HHSA and the caseworkers, they're circulating, out in the area. They're offering assistance, and we've got another item that there was a little hiccup on their navigation, center site, but that's still in the mix as part of this pathway, and it goes right along with other properties that we purchased, but we're talking specifically today about this site. But that's all part of the let's call it more of a master plan, on how to address these items. Signage on the site, fencing, I'm definitely not in favor of seeing any type of tall fences security wise, but if we need to set the boundaries, somehow with a reasonable amount, it's not, in my mind, as I think Supervisor Campbell said, we're not trying to hide the site. We're trying to set those parameters on the boundaries, and so that's important. And as the sheriff mentioned a couple of times, we're having good success. They're seeing good success, and I'm very appreciative of the sheriff and his deputies and going out there. And I know that there may be some differences of opinion with some of the people on the site as to how well that's working. Some people, there's a lot of reasons people are there, and some of it is personal choice, and some of it is people that got thrown into a circumstance that they never wanted to be in. And so those are the people, specifically, that, when they got dealt a bad hand, we're trying to assist them with the goal of finding them permanent housing, right? That's the ultimate goal here. The other items, like I said, earlier, there's definitely operational things, and I don't think that we need to get into that minutia, at the board level. We would expect staff to look at that. If you come up against something that is rearing its ugly head and becoming a major issue, then certainly bring it back. But other than that, you've got the site and manage it accordingly. So at this point, do you feel you have the direction you need?
Supervisor Goldenberg, I just wanted to weigh in and ask the board for consideration. Most of what we're talking about on here, and we should have just listed this as something the board could delegate. But what we would ask is, just like any type of operations that we have for any other program, you can delegate that authority to staff to do it. And they would, meaning, Health and Human Services would work in collaboration with the sheriff, code enforcement, my office, and county council in order to do what is the right thing and work as a team for all of the operational components of this under any ordinance or board policies that you have put in place. this keeps us from coming back to you for every little item like this. We feel confident that we can do that, but I want to make sure that staff has the full support of the board in making such decisions.
I'm hearing that from what our discussions so far, but Supervisor Haft, did you have additional
Yeah, I just
comments?
had a little condition to put on that. We've heard some things today about problems at the site, whether it's health and safety, whether it's people following the rules. I'm fine with that, CAO Riggs, but I would like, at least in the form of staff reports, when staff comes, just on your, staff reports, it doesn't have to be a agendized item. I'd like to hear how you are addressing those things that have been brought up today, so that we make sure we're moving forward and not staying stagnant and not addressing the things that have been brought up today.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Brandon, you had an additional comment?
Great, thank you. And I agree, but just one more kind of caveat to it. And I think you referenced this with the initial board direction that we gave, right? There's going to be a tendency to also look at issues and I think want to solve all of them, right? At some point, we have to say, as we mentioned, this is a primitive site. This is not a recovery center. And so in terms of that and delegating it, if it's with that direction that, yes, I think we do need to provide for the very basics. We're talking sanitation, the dumpsters, I think the water, kind of faucet there, that type of stuff. But making sure, too, that we don't have scope creep. And scope creep can be very easy, especially if there's not any process where there may be us as one particular independent body to kind of provide any feedback on it. So I'm fine with the handling of all those things, but just to make sure we don't overcommit. We're not adding a lot more than we really subscribed. I'd say at 12 months, if we're making those types of determinations, that would be the period to see another plan. Only other bit would be, as these changes are coming up, I completely agree with Supervisor Haft. What I don't want to have is surprise. Some of these things were hard to anticipate. We had things that were going to be done on the site. We have a heat wave that comes in. Why did you cause a heat wave, right? It was something that unfortunately interfered with the work that was being done. And I think as soon as it was brought up and we emailed about it, you got right on it and addressed it, suspended that, put a pause, and we did it. It would be helpful, though, if anything major is coming down the pipeline to know ahead of time. And that would give an opportunity to comment on it. But also, if people are reaching out to me, I know how to respond in advance. So a little more knowledge on what the next few months of work on the site would be. I don't need a full drawn up plan, but just to not be surprised.
Okay, so in light of what we've heard in CAO Riggs' comments, you guys...
Well,
I'm sorry, Supervisor Campbell. You
yeah,
have
and
some
I'll just
additional-
speak to what I think you're asking for is that to have the freedom to work through some of these problems without having to bring it back to the board, and that if there are challenges, that the board's not going to haul you in here and chew you out for those challenges. And I 100% support that. I have full faith and confidence in you, Annie, and you, Michael, and your supportive teams to make this success. And I think we're moving in the right direction. So I fully expect and would assume that you would keep us in the loop as things develop. So I'm supportive of not having this come back to the board. I think it's pretty clear where we're standing.
Okay, so we'll conclude this item, and we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for our proclamations at that time. All right, so we're moving on to proclamations and commendations. So I'd like to have the board clerk please read item number 12.
Item number 12, consideration of adopting Resolution 7024, proclaiming the week of September 29, 2024 through October 5th, 2024 as Jimmy Carter Week in honor of President Carter's 100th birthday on October 1st, 2024.
And good morning.
Board, Mark Fisher, County Administrator's Office. As you just heard, this is an item to consider adopting the resolution proclaiming the first week of October as Jimmy Carter Week in honor of his 100th birthday. It's a very special thing in general to be able to celebrate the accomplishment of a centenarian. It's very uniquely special to be able to celebrate the life and work and accomplishments of the 39th President, Jimmy Carter. This is a person that devoted his entire life to service to communities, to the world, focused on humanitarian efforts and spreading peace and democracy through his words and actions. Some amongst you and some amongst the public might wonder about the timing of this, considering that it is the third week of August and his birthday's not until October. We have been working with a grassroots organization known as the Jimmy Carter Jamboree, who has been working really hard to collect resolutions and proclamations from various jurisdictions in California, and they're going to gather them together and then present them to the Carter Center for inclusion in their museum. And so this is our county and your board's opportunity to take a little piece of history and be a part of something that's very important. Mr. Carter is one person that I think you can't really say this about very many people, but he really devoted his entire life to trying to make sure that the world he lived in was a better place. Supervisor Goldenberg, we had discussed before that you wanted to read the text of the resolution. So I'll pass it off to you.
Okay, so I appreciate that, and echoing, what Mark just said. Mr. Carter has done just such fantastic things, and his life dedicated to doing all these things, and it's just incredible. I just love the man himself, for his ability, his fortitude, to just keep going after it and staying after it, and many times not taking no for an answer, to pursue and to see what he could do personally to make people's lives better. And he absolutely has been doing that. As from the board, when we have proclamations and commendations, just so people understand, maybe some people in the audience are not aware, but when we do these, we have one board member that presents and talks, and so I'm doing that on behalf of our whole board today. So I would like to read this resolution, and then after reading it, I will look for public comment, and then I'll bring it back to the board for action to vote on the actual resolution. So it's a little bit long, a little in depth, so here goes. Whereas 39th President James Jimmy Earl Carter Jr., born on October 1st, 1924, in Plains, Georgia, will soon celebrate his 100th birthday, marking a century of profound dedication and service to his country and the global community. And whereas President Carter, a leader of unwavering courage and integrity, tackled the nation's most pressing issues head-on with intent to restore trust in the government post-Watergate through ethical reforms and pioneering initiatives for transparency and accountability. And whereas, with vision and relentless determination, President Carter championed energy conservation, environmental stewardship, establishing the Department of Energy, promoting renewable energy, and urging Americans to embrace energy-saving measures. And whereas in 1978, through his exceptional diplomatic skills and steadfast commitment to peace, President Carter mediated the historic Camp David Accords between Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin and Egyptian President Anwar Sadat, leading to a groundbreaking treaty and ending decades of conflict. Whereas in 1982, Jimmy Carter, along with his wife Rosalind, founded the Carter Center, an institution dedicated to advancing peace, health, human rights, making monumental strides in eradicating diseases and promoting democracy throughout the world. Whereas thanks to the efforts of the Carter Center, guinea worm disease is on the brink of eradication, a testament to President Carter's commitment to improving global health and alleviating human suffering. Whereas President Carter's enduring legacy includes his hands-on involvement, and he was very hands-on with Habitat for Humanity, working tirelessly to build homes for those in need and inspiring countless volunteers to contribute to their communities. And whereas Jimmy Carter's lifelong dedication to humanitarian causes has earned him prestigious accolades, including the United Nations Human Rights Prize, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the Nobel Peace Prize, honoring his unwavering efforts to promote peace, democracy, and human rights. Whereas President Carter, a very candid and honest man from Plains, Georgia, continues to inspire with his words, his deeds, reminding us that our American values are not luxuries, but necessities. Not the salt in our bread, but the bread itself, and highlighting our shared responsibility as global neighbors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne hereby proclaims the week of September 29th, 2024 to October 5th, 2024 as Jimmy Carter Week throughout the county, encouraging all residents to celebrate President Carter for his extraordinary lifetime of service to our nation and the world. So that's the resolution. Oh my goodness, this man is incredible. So if anybody from the public would like to speak as to this item, please feel free to come up to the podium and do so. Good morning.
Good morning to you. I want to say thank you for your consideration for this proclamation. My name is Barbara McVeigh. I'm one of the participants of this small movement that started in 2017 with other cities and County of Marin initiating these proclamations, understanding the values that you just shared as well. It did go on to become a state resolution under State Senator Mike McGuire. I think we're all recognizing these are the values we need right now. We like to say that Carter's glorious moment was in 1980 when he got elected to be be a citizen of the United States again, showing us our power as the people to help each other and really support one another. And I'm really glad to have heard what you are all doing in this county right now with the homeless population. It really brings to mind what Habitat for Humanity is all about. It's not for us to look at our government to help us, support us. We can figure out our own problems. But it's about the people, us. We need to help each other, and we can. But we are being divided right now, and I think we're going to start coming together a little bit better soon. So proclamations like this, when you sign them, help us to reinvigorate ourselves and those values that we all stand by, but we need to be reminded as the people that we got this. We totally got this. Peace is so important right now. I think we are all feeling it more than ever before. Carter was that person for diplomacy and the value of diplomacy. And that's important to remember that we can do that, but we just need the right mindset. A lot of people really care about this resolution. There have been musicians and other people in Marin County who have given their energy and their heart to this to really just spread the word. I am officially attending the, I say this very humbly, Carter's party on September 17th in Atlanta, Georgia, where other people are coming together to really celebrate these kind of values that you just spoke of as well. On October 1, I'll be joining ABC host Spencer Christian on community television for a 2-hour live broadcast talking about Carter's legacy. Spencer often is the MC for Carter's birthdays in the past, so he has some good stories. And we'll be sharing sharing the time with other people who have been involved with either the Carter Center or also believe in the values of health, mental health, housing, and just being a good neighbor. So thank you for your consideration. I also just really want to thank Mark Fisher for responding to my emails and listening to what you're all doing in your community. Keep going, and thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words. All right, so I will, as chair, make the motion on this item. And I move to adopt Resolution 70-24, proclaiming the week of September 29th, 2024 to October 5th, 2024 as Jimmy Carter Week in honor of President Carter's 100th birthday on October 1st, 2024.
I'll second.
Okay, I think you got beat slightly out there, Supervisor Hass. So seconded by Supervisor Brandon, and I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstains? And so carries 4-0 with Supervisor Kirk absent today. All right, very good. Thank you. So if the clerk can please read item number 13.
Item number 13, presentation of 25 years of service awards to Joe Davis, IT Department, and Leah Marolis, Purchasing and Contracts Department.
Hello there.
Hello. Mo Frank, General Services Agency Director. This has to be the absolutely best part of my job. I really enjoy being able to recognize and honor our county employees. They're just amazing. Public service these days is really, really hard. There's never enough resources. There's always changing procedures and regulations that are always placed on us. And on top of that, both internally and externally, there's a lot of demands, and that's very hard to do. When I first started with the county, just a few years ago, the average length of service of our employees was somewhere up to 20 to 25 years. In today's world, just like most organizations, we're down to 5 years. The neatest thing about working for public service is knowing that you made an impact. You made an impact and a difference on your community, your friends, your neighbors, and you're also there helping your internal customers. Today, we are here to honor 2 outstanding employees for 25 years of service each, and that's, to me, just amazing. Both these employees, as I said in my memo, embody the spirit and excellent customer service. They go beyond their normal duties to assist employees. They're always there when we call on them, whether it's Joe at the help desk or whether it's Leah with her procurement and contracting services. They are incredible people who really enjoy their work, and I'm so glad to have them as part of the new General Services Agency team. I am also very fortunate to be able to call both of them my friends. I have known both of them for somewhere around 25 years, so it's been amazing. Let me first start with Joseph. Yes. Let me tell you a little bit about his work history. Before coming to the county, Joe had several positions. Those included computer sales and services. He worked as a consultant for R.M. Jensen and Associates. He was a computer technician and also as a coordinator for a computer-aided instruction laboratory. It was in 1999 that Joe joined us in the county as a help desk analyst 1, and then the following year he moved up to help desk analyst 2. On August 7th, 2007, Joe was promoted to a senior IT tech and is currently serving in that role. As I mentioned, he's just amazing. I know over the years I have always called him, and sometimes it's for a very stupid thing, and Joe very patiently says, Mo, look down on the screen down below, you'll find the tab you need. Oh, okay. Sometimes it's very complicated, and it is, we need to bring in other help to assist us, or there's something wrong with the software or whatever it is. Joe treats every issue the same, as if it's critical and that he's there to help and serve everyone. He's an excellent team player. The staff at IT and GSA are here to support and honor him and be here for this event. It just means a lot to them. He takes a great deal of pride, and he is definitely out there for all of us when we call. So I really super appreciate it. I know I'd like to call up Trevor Gregg, who would like to also say a few words about Joe, and then we'll get to Leah.
Good morning, Board. Trevor Gregg, Supervisor of the IT Service Desk. And I just wanted to say a few things about Joe. 25 years has been a long time, which means, yes, you survived Y2K. You've also seen many, many changing iterations of how you've done your job, and you've adapted marvelously every time. You've been an invaluable guide to me over my last 5 years here to understand how the county operates and who is who. I would say that you've been knowledgeable and reliable, and, well, forget my words. Let's just convey some of the words that other people have said about you over the years. Sincere, professional, calm and patient, never makes me feel dumb, love his wit, a genuinely great person, always puts a smile on my face. Those are exemplary of who you are, Joe, and we all appreciate and love you. I wanted to thank you, though, for being the anchor to our IT service desk, which, oh dear, I just stepped into your pun territory. Definitely not a boat anchor, not a wall anchor, but I would like to say the construction meaning of it. You hold us firmly to our foundation. Exactly. So thank you, Joe.
So is there anyone else who'd like to come up and speak? Oh, shy crowd. So with that, Mr. Joe, please come up. It is my honor on behalf of Chowami County to present you with your 25-year service picture and award. So thank you for all your service. Greatly appreciate it.
I can't leave anybody out. And I had this really long speech that there's no way in hell I'm getting through. So I just want to say I really appreciate the recognition. I could not be here if I had not met my wife. Back in 1997, helped her through some really hard problems. Saw the job for the county, came in to apply for it, and there on the tech bench was this trackball, which was really cool that there was a trackball. And they were playing as testing a game called Missile Command, which I had played once or twice or more. And I said, oh, start with the left tower, then the middle, then the right, then prepare for the spacecraft to come out and send a volley so you get the highest score. And they said, you're hired. So that began my journey of the Y2K project and interacting with all of the amazing people that work for this county. And I have enjoyed every minute of every day. So I thank you all for bearing with the grumpy old guy as I try to keep up with these young whippersnappers and all the new stuff they keep introducing. And they say, no, Joe, don't do it manually. Automatically assign it. I'm like, then what am I doing here? But it's my pleasure to help folks, and it seems like as automated as it gets, we still need that human element where we interact and troubleshoot. So I got 7 more years, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to take a moment to
Please do. You're still
Hang on. Yeah, you almost got it.
Too slow.
Almost. You were trying. You had all the intent. We could see it. So I'm speaking, for the board, but I'm speaking for myself personally here. I have had plenty of occasions to call the help desk, whether it be a minor item that, like Mo said, well, just look down on your screen and you'll see that button's right there. It didn't go away since the last time you called me about this. But he always said it, with just professionalism, kindness, realizing that, when you're dealing in the tech world, right, things can be rather complicated. But Joe has a really good ability to bring that down to something that the rest of us might be able to actually understand, because we don't necessarily understand all the reasoning behind. But it's been a pleasure, every time. You've been very, very helpful. And a good thing, too, is that on some occasions, right, the help desk actually can get a little bit stumped. You might pose something that they haven't bumped up against before, or in our ever-changing world, things change and new things crop up. And what I really appreciated was Joe says, I'm not sure about that one, Supervisor, but I'll get back to you. And he always did. And so that was very much appreciated. And thank you, so much for everything that you do, for all county employees, as you're working in your job. Is so much appreciated, Joe.
I have that confidence that my coworkers are smarter than me and younger, better looking, but they can't figure it out. Then it gets escalated until we do figure it out, and never surrender. We try and make sure you get taken care of.
And you're doing a dang good job of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now you can go ahead and escape.
Faster this time.
All right, let's talk about Leah.
Talk about Princess Leah. It's amazing. Just like Joe, I have known Leah for over 25 years. When she first called me for an appointment, she had someone she was working with who was getting back into the workforce. And did I have a position for her in the facilities management? And it was great. I met this young lady, and I was very impressed with Leah as coming in and laying out the program for me and trying to understand that. And ever since then, we've been able to continue to cross paths. And again, as I said in the opening, is my just awesome privilege to be able to work with her as a coworker in the General Services Agency. So just like Joe, let me tell you a little bit about Leah. Before coming to the county, Leah proudly served in the U.S. Navy as an executive assistant for the Naval Submarine Base at Point Loma. Leah was hired in the county in April of 1999. Apparently that was a good year. As an eligibility worker 1 for the Health and Human Service Agency. In that department, she rose to an employment and training worker 1 in March of 2000, and then an employment and training worker 2 in September of 2001. In 2005, Leah transferred to the county counsel's office and took over the position of assistant to county counsel 2, and then in 2021, she took the position of attorney assistant. Then in July of 2020, Leah was promoted to executive legal assistant 2, where she did an outstanding of assisting 5 attorneys in that office and mastering all the needed changes to the county's code ordinances. And that's a handful. If that wasn't enough, during her time in county counsel's office, Leah went back to school. Amazing thing. She, throughout the years of knowing her, she always has been striving to do better, learn, take on new challenges. And so in December of 2021, Leah obtained an Associate of Science in Paralegal Education with honors. Amazing, just incredible. In October of 2022, Leah took on a new role of Purchasing Contracts Management in the County Administrator's Office. And as I just mentioned, now she's a member of the General Services Agency. There is not a challenge put before this woman that she doesn't take on, and she does a phenomenal job. She's always reaching out to help people in the various departments. She's very patient as she's trying to explain the new OpenGov procurement software to all of us and navigate us through that. And she is just awesome. She has taken over the surplus sale, and is she kicking it? It's a board memo, so I couldn't say what I really wanted to say, but she held a sale just recently, and it is amazing the amount of money she was able to collect on behalf of the county and really step up the surplus sales. Again, it's been over the years so wonderful to watch her grow in each position she's taken on. And again, it's been an honor to work with her. And then I think Michael wants to come up and say a few words, Leah. I know, be afraid, very afraid.
So I first met Leah professionally when I came on staff in the CAO's office 2.5 years ago, and was impressed by her for a variety of reasons. These would not be reasons that I have on my own, but that are shared broadly across the employment group that has come to intersect their lives professionally with what Leah does. I think Leah probably invented the "How may I help you" badge before Walmart ever thought of it. Because she enters into every relationship, as observed by all of us, with this spirit of helpfulness and desire to help, like, lift the burden of people. So in terms of her role now with the General Services Agency, we couldn't do what we're doing without her. We're turning out a lot of things. We've inherited a lot of projects. We're trying to check off things on our list of things to do, and she is the constant backup with the voice that says, "How can I help? How can I help? How can I help?" In terms of her professionally, she is the consummate professional. No one has the ability that she does to dot all the I's and cross all the T's and see what's falling between the cracks and just take the initiative to do those things. She always is concerned about supporting her staff team. She has a reputation of being tenacious, like the struggle or the hurdle or the barrier isn't too big for her. She will hack away at it until she breaks it down and finds a way to accomplish the task. Personally, though, I am most impressed with her impeccable integrity. She is not one who kicks sand in the line. She stands by a moral and ethical code that treats people well with dignity and respect, and that is known by many who have encounters with her personally. But I would also say probably one of the most impressive attributes of Leah Morales is that she's a whole lot of happiness. She brings light everywhere she goes. And recently her office moved over to be with us in facilities, and it was true. Like the day she moved in, everyone was so excited to have her there, and she came with laughter and an appropriate and sometimes inappropriate amount of snark and an ability to like change the emotional temperature of a room for the better. And so it is no wonder that she's been here for 25 years, making an impact, making a difference, doing good work, and lifting burdens for a lot of people. So it's a pleasure to know you both professionally and personally, to share some laughs, but also to really benefit from your professional standards and your contribution to the county. So thank you, Leah.
So with that, Miss Leah. It is my honor and privilege, my friend, to present to you your 25 Years of Service Award. And on behalf of all the county employees, thank you for all you do.
prepare any type of speech. I just wanted to say everything that I do with a team of individuals that are an amazing group of people. When I was hired in April of '99, I was 24 years old and my daughter was 2. She's 27 now and lives out of state. And I got to tell you, I never thought I would be here. I didn't ever plan to leave county employment, but never thought I would be here. I've had the honor and privilege of working for Tuolumne County and some amazing people, some amazing bosses, to name a few: Rebecca Espino, Ann Connolly, Sarah Creo, and Tracy Riggs, Ms. Mo Frank, and I truly just feel honored and blessed to be a part of the amazing Tuolumne County team. I have a heart to serve, and I am blessed that the county has allowed me to do that here. So thank you very much.
Don't go no.
Okay. I was trying to be fast.
You should have learned from Joe here, right? Leah, it's just been my distinct pleasure to get to know you. And, you know, you were working here, you know, in legal, you moved to admin, you moved downstairs. Now you're out of the building. Every single time that I've come in contact with Leah was always this big smile, right? And such a warm smile and personality. You know, she, you know, with a military background, right? You know, pretty regimented, and you know, you got to be, you know, very exacting, right? And but just watching you and watching you grow has been wonderful for me. Working with you know, trying to take care of the needs of 5 different attorneys, not an easy thing, right? They can be a little problematic at times. Sarah.
Brilliant.
And absolutely brilliant,
yes.
too, yes. But, you know, Leah has gained the respect of everybody that she's worked for or worked with. And there's, you know, there's a reason she keeps disappearing, because as people get to see her and know her, they go, what can I do to get her over in my shop? And so she kept moving, and, you know, you've landed in a new role here. But, you know, Leah, you're just a ray of sunshine, and, you know, so happy for you. And 25 years is a huge thing, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving forward on the agenda. We're moving on to department items, and I would ask the clerk to please read item number 14. And did you guys need a little setup time or when you're coming up? Okay, all right, so please go ahead and read.
Item number 14, presentation and discussion of the annual public health report and community health improvement plan.
Okay, welcome, and tell us about the health in Tuolumne County. Update here.
Let me see if it's on. Okay. Did they already read the item? Oh, sorry. I was distracted. Okay, good. It's still morning for a few more minutes. Good morning. I'm Michelle Jaquetta, Tuolumne County Public Health Director, and I'm here with our agency manager, Christina Herrera,
and Dr. Kimberly Freeman, your county health officer. We're glad to be here to present the report on health in Tuolumne County and our most recent community health needs assessment and health improvement planning process. Today, we're just going to be giving highlights, broad strokes. There's an in-depth report that's available on our website, so we recommend anyone that is interested to just please go to our website and download the whole entire document. Let's see here. I'm going to let you click. Okay. This just slide is with the objectives. We're just going to go over the health assessment and improvement planning process, a bit of a demographics profile of the county, go over the top 3 priority areas that were identified and where we go from here. And this is just a slide with the vision of our public health department, which is a safe and thriving community where every person achieves optimal health. And at this point, I'm going to hand over to Christina to talk about the process, and I want to thank her for really spearheading the completion of this process.
Good morning, Christina Herrera, Agency Manager. So just a quick overview of how the health assessment worked out. So back in 2023, we began the process of compiling all of our primary and secondary data for health regarding Tuolumne County. That happened in early 2023, so it is a long process. So you may see through this report that some of these statistics may be old or may be different because it's about been a year and a half since we collected that. And next, we moved on to collecting input from the community on what they thought that the issues regarding health were in this county, and that was done with an online survey called the Health in Tuolumne County Survey. It was also administered in paper form at various local organizations for those who may not have had internet access. I also realized I talk very fast, so at any time, please interrupt me with any questions. After that, within that survey, the community identified priority areas given the indicators that are part of a traditional health assessment. And then we went through the process of putting all of the data together, compiling it in the initial 2023 Community Health Needs Assessment, and now today we're here to show you the CHIP, which is the California Community Health Improvement Plan. In that process, in the CHIP process, we did convene various stakeholders from organizations who do have a stake in health and social services in Tuolumne County to see what resources we could leverage with theirs to address the issues identified within our health assessment. And then we developed a plan. So within the feedback between all those organizations, community partners, and our team, we came up with the CHIP, which we'll update again in a few years, but this is the 2024 version. And just some acknowledgements, big shout out to the Adventist Health Sonora. They have their own health assessment, and it's a wonderful assessment filled with data that we also utilized. The difference slightly between ours and theirs is theirs covers 3 different counties or so, and this is just Tuolumne County. A lot of our sources are just looking at Tuolumne County residents and pulling out only our demographics, so they're not as compiled. But Adventist Health did spearhead this process, and they came up with priorities within their assessment, and this assessment kind of dovetails with that to help support other needs that this county faces. And also thank you to GIS for the maps that they helped us with, various stakeholders for providing their data, and the public health team, and specifically the epidemiology team that helped analyze and compile all of this information. So Tuolumne County, I'll just kick off with some of our demographics. So just a note on our demographics, Tuolumne County is small and demographically distinctive. We are part of, generally, we're looped in with the San Joaquin County region or the motherlode counties, depending on what data set you're looking at. So a lot of the work that the epidemiology team put into putting these demographics together is pulling out just Tuolumne County residents, largely using the census data from 2020 and Department of Finance. As you can see here, our population in 2023 is 52,932. And for those who may just Google Tuolumne County's population, you'll see numbers higher, largely because we're either looped in with other counties or it's including the Sierra Conservation Center population. That 52,932 figure is including Sierra Conservation Center. We are using a figure there on the slide of roughly 2,800 that we get from the Department of Finance. So when it comes to our demography and population, that 52,932 is about what we would go for rather than the 55,000 that a lot of people think it is. Our median age skews a little older, 48.6. We have an average household size of 2.2, median income roughly over 65,000, which is lower than the state average, and almost 10% of our population living under the federal poverty level. more demographics for you. We, by population, race, ethnicity, largely white Caucasian, followed by Hispanic. And this does also include our SEC population. If you wanted to look at the figures more closely, it is available in the full report, which is available online. When it comes to population, age group, and sex, as you can see, probably not a surprise to everyone, it leans more towards 55 and older as an older population, an even skew there between our 20 to 30-year-old gap, but it is certain factors of our community do lean older, so which is why you see the higher bars there. And I don't believe this includes SEC, so this is removing the SEC population, so we get a better view of what the male population looks like, especially between that 35 to 45 age bracket. Educational attainment, there's a significant number, nearly half of our residents have some college, and 1 in 4 have gone on to complete a bachelor's or graduate degree. When it comes to household income, we are, the majority of residents are in that median household of, I want to say it was 66, and only a handful making over 200,000. So we do have slightly skewed lower income population when it comes to that 50,000 compared to the state. A lot more demographics. Again, the full report is there. When it comes to medical access, 1 in 3 are in the Medi-Cal program. 4,000 children in Tuolumne County are enrolled in Medi-Cal. There still are a percentage of young folks out there who do not have health insurance. It's about 6%, and it's something that Health and Human Services Tuolumne County is working to close the gap on and doing increased Medi-Cal outreach. Education-wise, we're doing fairly good. Our schools are fairly strong, 90.6 with a graduation rate, and over 90% of our residents have a high school diploma, at least. So when it came to the priorities, residents in that survey were provided the whole list of priorities, which you see there on this slide. And then people were asked to rank them or choose 2. And some of the comments we pulled out from that assessment really outline the need in Tuolumne County and the priorities when it comes to access to care and our other priorities. But the sentiments, I'll just read one of them, that especially our Department of Health and Human Services is working on, is that we are outgrowing our services, meaning we don't have enough care to provide the community in a timely manner. And hearing a lot of our health challenges and other social topics we discuss, this health assessment reflects a lot of the needs that our programs are working on. And there they are, the Tuolumne County Public Health health needs priority areas, which ranked as access to care as our top priority to work on from the community's feedback, followed by health risk behaviors, which includes tobacco, alcohol, drug use, poor diet, and sexually transmitted infections. And then lastly, health conditions. So these are looking at our chronic disease rates, which pairs very nicely with the access to care. So all 3 of those is what we addressed in the CHIP process, and I will pass it back to Michelle for more data.
Okay, we're first going to talk about the first priority, maybe. Okay. Access to care was identified as the leading concern in the Health in Tuolumne County survey, and it has been identified as a top priority in former assessments as well. Access to health care is a significant social determinant of health. It includes aspects like proximity to healthcare services, the cost of care and insurance coverage, and the availability of and access to quality services and providers. It's probably not a surprise to anyone that lives here, but rural areas are particularly challenged with these access issues. We have approximately 1 physician for every 1,650 residents, and the California average is about 1 for every 1,200. And as noted in Christina's demographics, as Tuolumne County's population has a higher population of older adults, the limited number of physicians to address that appointment burden to getting in poses extra challenges. Dental care is part of whole person care and affects your overall health, and dental care is also a challenge in that we have about 1 dentist for every 1,400 residents, and only 4 out of 27 providers, is about 15%, takes Medi-Cal. And as Christina noted also, we have quite a few folks on Medi-Cal services, so getting into a Medi-Cal provider can be a challenge. And we have no dental practices that provide pediatric surgery or sedation for child patients. And as noted there, 26% of the survey respondents said that they couldn't find quality, affordable dental care in Tuolumne County. And the table here just is not really about dental, but it reflects some preventive health care screening data and how we compare in Tuolumne County for getting preventive care and screenings compared to the United States. So you see that we're lower in all of those categories. Okay, so here are our objectives that were identified in the I almost said California Community Health Improvement Plan as well. The objective is to provide support and education to current and prospective local health care providers. And objective 2 is to facilitate community education and care connection. So we're not going to, just to save time, we're not going to read in all the little strategies, but again, we do recommend and encourage everybody to go on to the survey, onto the report to read all of the interventions. And now I'm going to pass it to Dr. Freeman.
So priority number 2 was health risk behaviors, and you've heard me talk about these in the past, but this includes tobacco, opioids, other drug use. We rank worse than the rest of the state for just about everything. Use of tobacco, alcohol, other drugs, prescriptions, self-harm. We are actually a little better on STIs, but poor diet and lack of exercise were similar to the rest of the state. Tuolumne County is worse than the other counties for health risk behaviors in general. One thing that you'll see in the full report is something called years of life lost, and that requires an explanation because it's a little confusing at first. Years of life lost are the years that someone dies ahead of the age of 75. So what you'll see here for the top 5 deaths in Tuolumne County is the years of life lost compared to California. First being drug overdose, second road injury or motor vehicle accident, ischemic heart disease, then suicide and self-harm, and alcohol related. We are above California state average for all 5 of those health risk behavior reasons for years of life lost. Amongst the health risk behaviors are opioids. As you've heard me speak before, we have still have the highest prescription rate in the state, and we also have a high hospitalization rate. So that is reflected here, something that we're working intensely on. Alcohol, tobacco, and marijuana are reflected here. We have high rates for all of these, including amongst the youth. Unfortunately, 26% of high school juniors regularly vape. High school juniors smoke cigarettes, 3%, so they're going toward vaping, something that we're working on, and 21%, 1 in 5, are smoking marijuana. This is especially concerning given that when the brain is growing, it is much, much, much more harmful to people. So our strategies here, again, just the objectives I'll list. We're strengthening and sustaining community partnerships to work to improve these resources and expand resources. We're sustaining and expanding community outreach and education activities. Priority number 3 was health conditions. And here you can see that the top health conditions that had increased between 2011 and 2021 were diabetes, which increased by 90%, cardiomyopathy increased by 74%, and hypertensive heart disease increased by 49%. Fortunately, lung cancer and ischemic heart disease decreased the most, 48 and 33% respectively. We did see a large increase in Alzheimer's disease as well, which is somewhat reflective of our older population, but also is an age-adjusted rate, so that has increased, unfortunately. This reiterates what I just said. We, in the healthcare rankings, rank 33rd out of the 58 counties, kind of in the middle amongst these things. In 2020, so it's important to recognize our data does reflect the previous 5 years, which includes COVID. So here is reflected that COVID was a top killer in our county, and you can see there the timeline of how that was going. We had 15,000 reported cases, about 3,400 were prison cases, and a 1.5% case fatality rate. It's important to note that that's about 10 times higher than the average flu case fatality rate. For health conditions, our objectives are to increase community member awareness of and access to nutritious foods, which can help prevent a lot of these health conditions. Improve access to and opportunities for active living, again, to increase exercise and decrease these diseases, and empower individuals to manage their health through education and promotion of wellness programs.
I do want to add just a quick note on the years of life lost, that a lot of the top causes why we're so high is because we have it's a mix between younger people dying prematurely from a lot of preventable things like overdoses, traffic accidents. And so when you look at the years of lost life, it's a combination between, someone who passes away at 35, so that 40-year difference from 75 versus someone that was maybe 70, and then that's a 5-year loss of life. So when you look at those years of life lost in those preventable areas, there's a lot of work to do in Tuolumne County, which is the reason for this CHIP, of how we can look at those preventable things that in the community and leverage all of our resources, which brings us to our next step. So this is the completion of the improvement plan. We will continue to meet and work closely with the hospital, all community partners, and convene as regularly as we can to make sure that these objectives are carrying forward. So there's a number of coalitions, so we didn't want to leave you with just Tuolumne is 33rd, that we have the highest death of this and this, that we do have a lot of assets and resources. We have a very vibrant coalition community. There's a lot of community groups. I think when something happens in this community, people really come together for certain things. And so we do have a lot of assets and positives as well. And we hope to leverage those resources in our CHIP. A lot of it, as you can see, the spirit is in working together to leverage those resources and get them out to the community. And that is one of our better assets comparative to, I think, even just our region. And so with that, we will continue as a health department to track and monitor this data. So our epidemiology unit has now worked very hard to automate a lot of the census data to get this faster, so it won't take a year this time. It'll be a lot faster because we've automated a lot of our systems and downloaded this data and have a better pulse on what the statistics will be. And so just next steps of this, if you have any questions at all, please contact our health department, join any one of the number of nutrition coalitions, substance use prevention coalitions, opioid coalitions. There's many ways for the public to get involved in this. By no means is public health the only person and only agency that will work towards these goals. It will take every county department, every community organization, and individuals to get involved. And so we strongly encourage the public to download it there so you can scan it. There's copies of it in the back and little handouts. Please take some, give some to your organizations that you're involved with, because the more people that know about the strategies, the more people can get involved. We certainly cannot do this alone. And so if you have any questions at all, here is our contact information, and we'd be happy to address any questions.
All right, questions from the board. Supervisor Haff, if you could start us off, please.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation and for also differentiating what public health does as far as this study versus the other study that's done in the county. I have two big concerns and questions regarding those concerns. The diabetes rate at 90% over 10 years and Alzheimer's at 138%. Do you have any indications as to why or any assumptions you're going to be researching into this?
Those are good questions, and it's difficult to pinpoint one thing that may have led to it. Overall, not just for us, but across the nation, obesity rates have grown. And so for at least type 2 and type 3 diabetes, that is a concern for a cause there. Again, addressing nutrition and access to care and access to foods will hopefully help with that. In addition, we have several elderly care homes in our area. Some of that has grown as well. So I'm not sure that the Alzheimer's disease itself is very different than the national rate. As people live longer, the risk becomes more. People are living longer in general. So those are a couple of the things that we can see from our high-level view, but there's likely multifactorial causes there. On the order of diabetes, there's something now called type 3 diabetes, which affects the brain. And I would hazard a guess that the Alzheimer's disease increase may be related to the fact that diabetes is also increasing. Any other Did that answer your question?
Sort of.
Yeah.
I was just hoping to hear that you were going to be investigating it further as a result of this report.
Yes, I guess is the answer. We will keep track of the rates. We have now access to better surveillance systems and access to census data through our partnerships with the state population task force. And so from the epidemiological side, yes, we will be continuing to monitor. Investigating the cause and root of it might be a bit more difficult and qualitative, as Dr. Freeman said, looking at our access to food. And so when we look at our built environment and healthy communities, we can't control how many, we call them food swamps we live in, and lack of access to healthy, nutritious food. And so when it comes to investigating the root cause, we may not be able to find that because we just are surrounded by so much junk food and unhealthy behaviors. But with partnerships with Blue Zones, we now have several markets. A lot of the tribal partners are now involved. We are addressing diabetes. There is a very wonderful nutrition coalition that community members are welcome to join. It's called the Thrives Coalition that is really working towards healthy, nutritious access to foods and physical activity. But from the epidemiological end, yes, we will continue to investigate and utilize other sources through the hospital and surveillance systems to make sure that it either goes up or down in the next coming years.
Okay, thank you. And then a very easy question. I just wasn't aware. I noticed that you mentioned 211 services. Do we have those now in Tuolumne County?
They're almost here. We just have, so a 211 update. We do have we are working diligently to make sure that all of the phone service providers, which are a lot more than we thought they were going to be, are making the switch over. And we are in the middle of contracts to make, I think AT&T and Verizon are our last big ones that we are working on. We do expect to hopefully, if nothing goes wrong technologically, for a full launch in the fall. We are asking community organizations if you would like to be part of the 211 database. We will be in the next month or so collecting your information similar to how we do for the resource guide. And we do need a main contact person. So not like a general inbox, not like your phone tree, like a human person that 211 can call to verify your information so that when folks call, we will be able to give the correct information for your organization. And we'll have an informational webinar for community partners sometime in early, I believe, October or late September. And so we're just kind of navigating the technological side and working with the phone companies. And we will be doing testing to make sure if your phone carrier, you have different ones, that it is actually switching over. So we're in that piece and then moving into building the database and website with hopefully a full launch by October. Hopefully, please don't quote me on that if it goes wrong, but that is our goal.
Boy, that's a long time coming. I was with social services a long time ago and we were working on it. So it'll be nice to finally have that online.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it.
Supervisor Brandon. Questions?
Great. Thank you. Also, thank you. So I wanted to ask on the health risk behaviors. It mentions continuing to support the Opioid Safety Coalition, but I don't really see very much specific to fentanyl on the strategies. I know one of the things we talked about with the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and I think here too, and then in our conversations, has been combined kind of law enforcement, public health, behavioral health effort. So why isn't there anything listed more specific to fentanyl separate from general opioid?
It's not listed because it's not being addressed. It's just part of what the Opioid Coalition does. So the Opioid Coalition is being the front runner of the public health attack on fentanyl. And obviously law enforcement is doing their own attack, but it wasn't specifically listed as a strategy because it's actually a sub-strategy of the Opioid Coalition.
Okay. They don't present a list of strategies or anything like that to hear though, right? I mean, there's no direction from the board to that group.
Not directly, but anybody is allowed or invited even to be involved.
Okay. Want to ask too on the health conditions. It has the increase in coordinated access, I think, with fresh food. I want to ask, how does that work with local farmer markets and local grocers in some of the areas that do not have them currently?
So we do have our Thrives Nutrition Coalition, and between Blue Zones, that coalition, and our CalFresh program, we've worked closely with Farmers Market. I think one of the things that come to mind now is the accepting EBT at both markets was a huge hurdle, that we now have EBT accepted at both markets, or most markets. I think standard Peaceful Valley has now gone away and it's now standard, but the Sonora Farmers Market now also accepts EBT and WIC, so we are working with the farmers market to accept those types of payments. When it comes to grocers, the Thrives Coalition recently just met with Blue Zones to strategize how to work closer with grocers, how to work closer with farms to do various more innovative access to nutritious food, whether that's CSA boxes, that's delivery type things for farmers market when they're off season. So there's different strategies that coalition is working on when it comes to food access. And we also do a year, every 3 years, public health goes through and assesses what the food access looks like in Tuolumne County when it comes to fresh fruits and vegetables, comparative to alcohol and tobacco, what the price points are, availability of quality fruits and vegetables and the price points. And so we do maintain a data source on that, which I could talk to you an hour for, but don't have time today. So happy to show you that offline. So we do some research in terms of the access, and then our Thrives Coalition, along with Blue Zones and nutrition partners and the food bank, are doing a lot of work in the food access space and various strategies that, if you would like to speak more about that offline, I can show you those.
Or I guess I'm asking if, in addition, because I was aware of the EBT access, which is a really good step, for areas that don't have a farmer's market and want one, or areas that have a recently established farmer's market. As an example, Jamestown, it's not a certified one, but it does have food access with there. What steps are being taken to support that? The only thing I see on here is mobile access, which is a very cool idea with the delivery. Are we taking active steps to be able to support those types of events happening?
Yes. So I believe several organizations within at least public health go to the Jamestown Bazaar, Friday Bazaar. I believe there is a market, and so we maintain a booth there, and we are in coordination with some of those groups to look at how they can accept EBT, how they can expand, and how we can support. And so there is a presence of public health and some HHSA organizations in the Jamestown market at the Jamestown Bazaar with the Jamestown Family Resource Center to see how we can partner and leverage existing grant funds or some of our nutrition education within the area of Jamestown. When it comes to the EBT portion, I can't speak necessarily to that, of what that market can do, but I would definitely pull in some of our nutrition partners who can speak to how to formalize and systemically look at food access within those. But right now, per the CHIP, we are still in the outreach and coordination with the coordinators of those markets in Jamestown, but we do have a presence there with food demos, and I think we were just out there with healthy lunches for kids at the Jamestown Back to School night, and so we're at that kind of relationship building stage and working towards a more systemic policy.
Thank you.
Excuse me. So I just had one question. It's actually regarding COVID. I've seen just in my travels and around a pretty good resurgence in COVID cases recently. I know both my wife and I ended up with COVID, doing a lot of project works at my house, and lost workers due to COVID. So that's, not only were they very sick, but, it's a loss of income, for them as well. Is this resulting in increased hospitalizations, or just kind of trying to get a feel for what's happening? I hardly can travel without somebody saying they either had COVID or they're talking about somebody else that had it.
Yeah. I'm technologically challenged, so I don't know how to share another screen here, but I would just recommend, you can just Google CDC COVID tracker. That's what I've been sharing with the media, and when folks ask, it's really gives a good visual of what's going on with test positivity, what's being noticed in surveillance of wastewater, hospitalization rates and death rates. And yeah, there was another summer surge. It was at least as high as the one we had last year. I was just looking last week because I always wait for that peak and for it to start coming down, anxiously waiting for that. And it looks like maybe we're there, but not quite yet. So cases are still out there. I don't know if I can speak to the case fatality rate.
Yeah,
the rates, but yeah, there's definitely a summer surge.
Yeah.
Immunity wanes and people gather when it was like an extraordinarily hot summer, so people gather in tight places in air-conditioned spaces, and so the same recommendations for protective protecting yourself against COVID remain, making sure that you're up to date on COVID vaccinations and washing your hands. And if you're going to be in a really high-risk area or you're particularly vulnerable, wearing a mask in those high-risk areas and just taking care of yourself. And I don't know if you want to add anything else.
The sentiment with the CDC and CDPH is that every of these waves is becoming less and less impactful to fatality and hospitalization rate. Nothing nearly what it was 2-3 years ago. Thankfully, which is why on the CDC level and the CDPH level, they have relaxed over and over again what is considered isolation and such. So yes, it is still making people sick, but not as sick as it used to.
Okay, thank you. So I'll look for public comment at this point on this, on our health report. Welcome, good day.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Larry Coombs. I was startled by the statistics as Supervisor Half was, and I think I may have a factor that contributed to that. The baseline was 2011, correct?
For the health conditions, the diabetes.
Yeah, the health
and such.
conditions, diabetes.
It was the 10 years beginning
10-year
2011, yeah.
Well, a couple of things happened during those 10 years, and one was the Affordable Care Act, and it was California requiring insurance and access to insurance. And have you correlated those to the insurance of the general population?
If you could address the board, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think maybe there's a correlation between people being insured and the diagnosis of diabetes and many other diagnoses. So I think that might explain that jump, perhaps.
We don't have statistics to support that, but I think it's worth looking into. Definitely with more access to care, more things get diagnosed. You're absolutely right about that.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional public comment? Good afternoon.
Oh, it is afternoon. We have been here for a while. Well, I will say that I still remain one of the few people who's never had COVID, and I have had to work really hard to do that, really hard. And I think there's a lot of COVID in our community, and I wish we would talk about that, but whatever. This is quite an extraordinary document. And I hope that everyone reads it, especially our local media, and does some stories on it. Now, I've been to some coalition meetings, and I hear a lot of talk. What I'm not seeing is much beyond talk. And I would like a lot more public engagement on how people can improve things. And in response to Supervisor Brandon, I have been at some of the farmers markets and the bazaar, and I've seen a lot of outreach from the public health departments with food and nutrition. So the EBT program at the farmers market, I think, is doing like $600, between $400 and $600 every Saturday, which I thought was quite extraordinary. And it's been like 60 to 80 people. I'm not at the standard market when I've seen it in action, so I don't know what their data is. But I've also seen the UCCE as well as the public health nutrition people going out and teaching cooking classes. And I know there's some movement, this is for you, Eric Aiken, about bringing a program to the library. And those cooking classes, like they've had them at the Enrichment Center, they've had them at the Senior Center, plus out in the public. When Behavioral Health and the Enrichment Center did their anniversary, they came and brought certain items, and people are taking the recipe card. I mean, people are very excited, but you stand outside our grocery stores and you watch what people come out with, and it's just amazing how much junk food and alcohol and cigarettes and whatever that we buy. And for 3 years now, I've been trying to talk to people and help them get involved in food that's been made for the unsheltered, because they get leftovers from the grocery stores or whatever, or they make food, but it's all heavily processed, highly salted, highly sugar. Like, everybody wants to eat crappy food, and I don't understand why we don't teach people how to make healthier food when it's so much cheaper and so much easier. And I just think we have a lot of work to do, and I hope that people will read this and they will be inspired.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak from the public? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Any additional comments like to make here? Supervisor Half, go ahead.
Yeah. As most of you know, I come from a health food perspective, having owned a health food store up in Oregon before moving back here. And I think our system is backwards. I think the food pyramid is upside down. And why can't we do something about that here in Tuolumne County? Do we have to follow the recommendations of the federal government on this? I see that we can make some big changes. I was aghast when I was in the hospital because of the broken leg and the food they served at that hospital. It was not this hospital here. I don't know what they serve here, but it's not food. It is not food. So I felt like here I am trying to heal and I'm being fed this toxic stuff. Now I know that I have higher standards than most people for what I put in my mouth. But if people would just shop around the outside of the grocery store, go to the farmers markets, have their own gardens, we'd be in a much better place. That's my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Right, thank you. I appreciate getting the info. There's two things I kind of wanted to highlight, I guess, with this. One is a lot of this is interesting knowledge about the general health of our community, but then, okay, what specifically are we doing when it comes to healthcare, where it's a private hospital, or we're talking about with folks with diabetes there. The second is a lot of our approaches tend to be, I think, showing up, showing support, but not specific, or having a booth and resources. And for those that are trying to get better, that's great. We have that available, but I would love to see it. I'm a believer that space really changes behavior. What we have available to us to be able to use, it's not just having, for example, one of these was like organizing the walking groups and that. I think the walking groups and biking groups organize themselves if we're actively working to create walking and biking paths and trails, and we have opportunities to do that. Challenge is nobody really has that. I mean, it's sort of economic development in a way. It's sort of recreation in a way. It probably closely follows the most closest to public health. It is creating an amenity that people then end up using. So my only feedback on it is, we do this regularly. It's good to get. It's just a lot of info that's not necessarily actionable. A lot of the strategies on there are kind of broad. It's not committing to something specific. But where I look at three that I really wanted to highlight, and I'll add a fourth one because I think Supervisor Half really brought it up well. Being able to get people to have gardens or chickens at home or composting. I've seen that happen in other areas where we're not just kind of teaching a class, but providing some incentive to get them to do something that they're going to do for decades. Other physical things, such as, if we're trying to bring skilled healthcare professionals to our community, the biggest challenge is housing, right? We have a private partner that may have funding to be able to either do a development or look at some type of housing arrangement beyond what might be a 3-month rotation short-term rental. They pay a lot of money to have them come up here. It's a huge issue, not just for a cardiologist, but for nursing staff and others too. That is something that I don't see public health necessarily working on, but it could. It could work in the housing development space and unsilo that to talk with the county, talk with them to see how do we get housing that's addressing that kind of big issue. Or looking at not just, I think, youth drug outreach programs with the superintendent, but developing places and programs for youth to go. We do have youth centers, we do have the pools, but I think there's a lot more opportunities. Public health has, I think, the expertise and connections to potentially look at how do we get more of those facilities open? How do we get a video gaming company, to come up and do a computer cafe, internet cafe that people are going to be able to go to, or solicit that in terms of economic development. The last I wanted to highlight was, I think I brought up a little bit before, but was trail development. and green space type of improvement. Again, these are not in the traditional public health space, but I know when Blue Zone said they're going to be working in our community, that's what I was excited about. It wasn't about them organizing, instead of candy bars, they're going to have fruit in the aisle of the grocery store. Cool, It was them working on a project for a lake and getting a trail system around it that they helped to get the grants for. And now suddenly everybody's using that. I don't think they had to organize the walking trails. They made it a really nice place to walk. So my hope would be to see that we are putting this not into just being available with education and outreach, but we're unsiloing this so that HHSA and other county departments, I don't know if this is happening behind the scenes, maybe it is. I see it in what you're mentioning with law enforcement, but I don't necessarily hear about it with housing, to try and get a housing development, to try and get trails developed. I don't necessarily see that with some of the Blue Zone stuff that's presented too. I really want to start seeing tangible long-term wins that build and not just kind of programs that we sustain year to year, which are nice, but they don't necessarily leave as much, I think, permanent behind. So.
Okay. I just had a couple items. Actually, both Supervisor Half and I attended Venice Health Sonora, had a ribbon cutting for new residency program the other day on Monday, I guess it was. And was that just? Yeah. Anyways, the idea to not only encourage as a training program, which is a great thing to see locally here, but to retain physicians is really the challenge in the rural setting. So glad to see that come in the community via Adventist Health. And I'm concerned about the Alzheimer's, that huge jump there. And even once you indicated that it was after figuring, some formula adjustments, and it was still very high. And I'm seeing that, more and more in the community. Not surprising, with a population of 40% or so of people, seniors, age 60 and older in this case. Just glad to see these other things that are, going on, and appreciate the update here. So thank you very much. Right.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to, if the clerk could please read item 15.
Item number 15, consideration of 1, providing staff direction whether to award the project prior to approval. I'm sorry?
Well, I was trying to get through a couple items, if we can do so quickly to keep this. I don't think this one is going to take that long, but I was planning on going to 12:30 and break into lunch to 1:30 was my plan. So please continue.
Item 15, consideration of 1, providing staff direction whether to award the project prior to approval of FEMA funding, and 2, awarding a contract in the amount of $2,596,583 to Rehack General Engineering, LLC, to perform the work as shown in plans and bid book for contract number 1768B1, Wards Ferry Road, Site 11 and Site 21 Storm Damage Repair Project, and authorizing the chair to sign. 4/5 vote required.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board. Blossom Scott-Heim, your Public Works Director, and with me is Tyler Llewellyn, project engineer for this project on our team. As you know, in late 2022, early 2023, the county was hit by a series of prolonged storm events, each of which caused damage to the county's infrastructure. At least 38 locations were damaged, with Tuolumne Road North, Old Priest Grade, Wards Ferry Road, Buchanan Road, Italian Bar Road, Yankee Hill Road, and Lava Road sustaining the worst damage. These roads all suffered major slides that undermined the structural support of the roadway. Wards Ferry Road has 2 slides on the south or Big Oak Flat side and 6 slides on the north or Tuolumne Road side. The repairs we're talking about today are the 2 south side slides. We issued a call for bids, which were due on July 11th, 2024, and we received 4 bids, all of which were within 15% of the engineer's estimate, with the lowest bid being $2,596,583 from Rehack General Engineering, Inc. of Auberry, California. The project is currently budgeted in the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget in the Storm Road Capital Fund with the local match contribution of 6.25% coming from the general fund. Construction and construction engineering inspection of the project requires an increase in appropriations to the Public Works 24-25 Storms Road Capital Fund in the amount of $3.25 million and an increase in revenues by the same amount. The only way to fund the project right now would be through the use of an internal loan. Payments for that loan would have to be paid off within 5 years. We have submitted the damage claim to FEMA, and they have inspected both of these sites. However, the project is not guaranteed funding. Though we follow all FEMA guidelines during project development and procurement, we are not guaranteed reimbursement until we receive FEMA's approval of the project. The funds would be coming out of the road fund and would not be available for other projects if we don't receive reimbursement. We're asking for your direction today on whether to award the project prior to the approval of FEMA funding, and if so, to approve an internal loan, increase appropriations in the Storm Capital Fund by $3.25 million, and award the contract in the amount of $2,596,583 to Rehack General Engineering. What questions do you have for us?
Well, first question, I'm going to pose the first question because I think it's really important here because in light of discussions we've been having about our budget and, the viability of funds here, any indication on when we might hear something from FEMA? I know that it's a difficult thing to, get them to cough up, but do you have any feel for that?
So one of the sites is under the 4683, or what we call the first storms. Those are all under review with what they call their Environmental and Historic Preservation, the EHP group right now. The other site is from the second storms, the 4699, and has not even been approved as a project yet. One of our early FEMA representatives lumped this in with 7 other major sites. And because we have to have the documentation for all 8 sites together at once, it has not been submitted yet as a project.
Okay, thank you for that. Supervisor Haff, go ahead with your question.
So, thank you for your report. I was not aware that this is only for the south side. I either spaced it in the memo. So the other slides on the north side that's closer to Sonora, there's 5 or 6 slides there. That's not even being addressed.
Not in this project.
Okay, because I thought that for the $3 million or so that we were going to be able to open up that road for evacuation. So even with this funding, it won't open for evacuations. It will allow for access from the Groveland side, which would be good for the rafting companies, but it won't help us with evacuations.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Blossom. Can you, it's the question I'm sure if you had the answer to, you would have given it to us, but in the pantheon of other projects that we have had where we have received FEMA reimbursements, this is by far the largest that I remember. Are there other larger ones, or how does it stack up with other projects in terms of the likelihood that it would be approved at some point for reimbursement?
We've had other projects, maybe perhaps not this large, but we've had larger ones in 2017. Q and Mill and Italian Bar Road were both pretty large. Marsh's Flat. We are still owed over $2 million from the 2017 storms.
Really?
So that can give you an indication of how long full reimbursement could take.
Did we use an internal loan in that case? also?
I believe we did. No?
No, okay.
Okay. I am fairly confident that the one site, what we call 1-1, under the first storms, seems to be moving pretty smoothly through the process. Because the second site has been lumped with these other sites, it's going to be more difficult to get it through the process. We do follow all FEMA guidelines. We've had the geotechnical work done. The reports have been written. Our contracting follows their guidelines. So technically, they shouldn't be able to deny anything. It's just a matter of working through the process.
You're saying on this project?
Correct. On all FEMA, on all
boards.
disasters, we follow all
On
FEMA
boards, okay.
guidelines. Yeah.
So that sounds like you're confident that eventually it will be approved, but you don't know when?
We don't know when.
And if we have to pay it back within 5 years, can we extend that if it looks like it would take longer than 5 years to?
No.
So if we don't get response from this point where we decide to move forward, we do the work, it gets repaired, when does that clock start ticking? Right now? And then
next fiscal
It
year?
begins the moment we start pulling money.
Okay.
So that as soon as we start pulling money from that fund, then that was when we need to, the 5
we
year
have 5
clock.
years to hear
Just
back
like
from
a loan,
FEMA.
yeah.
And it's taking
Up to
6 years.
7 years.
Okay, all right. What is the, what would you say is the most pressing factor of this that says that we need to get this done right now? Because what I'm concerned about is that if we're blowing out a lot of money from the road fund for future projects, we're basically putting all our eggs in this basket in the hope that FEMA comes back and puts that money back minus 6%, so that we can use it then in the general road fund for some of these other projects that we've had in line on the list.
Correct.
Why would you say this is pressing right now, that we need to do this?
We have had a lot of pressure from the public, specifically the rafting community, to open this road back up. This is where they historically take out after the rafting trips. And so that has kind of driven our efforts to get this shovel ready as quickly as possible.
Have we approached them to help pay for it, or I mean, I assume they're not very large companies. They wouldn't be able to pitch in, but is that the primary factor there, is the rafting industry?
Yes.
Okay. And then what's the, I've heard there've been like a lot of traffic incidents and accidents up there. Can you talk, what's the accident history on that road?
On Wards Ferry?
Yeah.
The reported accidents are very low.
Okay.
I would suspect that the actual accidents are higher than the reported rate.
What kind of
but
accidents are we talking about?
It's a very low volume road. I don't recall having any serious accidents on there in recent history. So generally, without pulling the data, I'm going to guess you're looking at, people running off into the ditch and whatnot.
That's what I was looking at, is
very,
people going off there, things that are related to the way the road is constructed.
Yeah, we've had some issues. We had that large propane truck go off the road, and we've had a couple buses get stuck. Those are more GPS error incidents.
Yeah, where they shouldn't have been going down there to begin
Yeah.
with. Are there any signs to prevent that up there, that if you're a big truck or a van?
Yes.
No bueno?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I wanted to ask about two of the other projects mentioned there, of course, with the damage to Yankee Hill, but also Italian Bar. I mean, that's been kind of an outstanding issue from the storms. I know the traffic's low, but for the same reason, there's a mining, it's relevant to the project here.
I'm not sure how it's relevant to Wards Ferry, quite honestly, but
Because this is money for a storm project, and this is one of the other storm project roads.
okay, go ahead.
There's a mining camp up there, there's recreational use areas, right? And so if if we're looking at this, I wanted to ask where the priority is basically with Italian Bar. Is that, also submitted to FEMA for reimbursement? We're expecting it, it could come in, or?
So Italian Bar and Yankee Hill have both also been submitted. I believe they are lumped in with the other, it's a total of 8 projects lumped together in those second storms, including one of these sites. Italian Bar bid on the 8th of this month. It's going to be about $500,000 plus construction oversight, and we will be bringing a similar item to your board when we're ready to award that. Also, when I see year-end numbers, I'll know whether we can afford to absorb the cost in-house or if we have to do some sort of borrowing.
Okay. And I want to check maybe to our CAO on the status of our internal service funds. So if we're talking about borrowing, how much realistically do we have within that to borrow?
Yeah, so actually I've been going back and forth with Debbie. This one will use road trust funds and not internal service funds. So she'll actually be pulling for some of the road trust funds in order to do this. And the only other internal loan, she did clarify, because I want to make sure, just that what I said no for the other one, the only other internal loan we have is for the elevator right now. So you only have one. This one would pull from the road fund. And like I said, you have 5 years. So in the event that it takes 7 years, the road fund will need to start making those payments back to that fund, which, as Supervisor Campbell said, could compromise maintenance and other types of road projects in the future, because they'd have to be using future discretionary dollars in order to pay that back. Or you could use your reserves, which are currently sitting at $5 million.
And I just had a last question on it. Outside of, with the rafting, do we know what the general trips per day would be on this road? Is it pretty low? Is it mostly for an evacuation route?
It's fairly low. I don't have the numbers available offhand. Okay. It is classified as a local road, and it's a fairly low use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't have any questions. I'll look for public comment, though, and then we'll bring it back to the board. Any public comment on this item?
I will just say, are you kidding me? All this money for a very low-use road for rafting companies because they're being a pain in the butt? Seems to me, I like your question, Kathleen Half, where there are other areas in Groveland that need to be repaired that could be used for evacuations, and it seems to me that is where we should be spending our money, especially if we're going to go in the hole and be in hock. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Okay, let's bring it back to the board for comments.
Supervisor Goldenberg, could I
Yes.
just make a comment to the board?
Sure.
I want your board to know that over the last several years, we've been working closely with Kim formerly and now Blossom, where because these projects are taking so long, so I want you to also understand that why this is being brought forward is also to give your board the option to move on some of these road projects without waiting 7 to 8 years to get them done. So what we worked out was coming to the board and giving you the option on some of these that are taking so long. The fact that Marcia's Flat took us 7 years to get it approved, that one's a bit different. There's more people who live out in that area, but we wanted to make sure that we are doing everything possible to give you the option to make decisions when these things are taking so long. So I just want to, besides rafters, I don't know about you, but I've received lots of calls, texts, and emails about people who are worried about this as another ability to get out of that area if needed. So there's been a lot of pressure from different sites, but more than anything, it is to give your board the options to look at some of these emergency projects and proceed if you think that that is of such a priority to do so. And so this could come up again for some of the others that we're working on, because you may not want to wait 7 years on some of these, but we have to be very careful how we leverage the funding in order to make the work happen before obligation. And other counties across the state are experiencing this with FEMA. Just so you know, I've been on many calls with my colleagues, CEOs in other counties. I give the example of Santa Cruz County has spent over $140 million and received no reimbursement as of a few months ago. they had to stop doing projects. They still had over $100 million in projects they were waiting on. So counties are waiting an extraordinary amount of time in order to get this done. Yet FEMA's direction is always, if it's truly emergency, you need to move on it. If we move on it, there's always a chance that when it goes to environmental, historic, or any of those types of things, that they may not approve all components of the project either. So there's always some risk that when we take before we get obligation.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a couple of comments. I very much understand the rafters, where they're sitting. This is going to be a long-term, by the time it gets in the system to get fixed anyways. I believe that they're rapidly nearing the end of their season for this year, and nothing would get fixed that quick anyways, right? So when we talk about escape routes, and so I'll talk from personal experience, and I think that a lot of fire personnel would definitely have similar concerns. If you get a fire in that area that's threatening Groveland, and you're looking at using Old Wars Ferry Road as an escape route, you're sending people into harm's way, potentially, right? With the fire activity we've been seeing on recent fires with these ember washes, it could easily blow embers down there. And in fact, there was cases where we started allowing people to use that as an escape route in one case, and then law enforcement made what I felt was the right decision. They shut it down. They said, no, we're not going to send anybody down that way. So I don't, I think there's very little traffic on this road. Is it an inconvenience? Absolutely. But also when we're looking at our budget and the plights of our budget and where we're sitting, I quite honestly cannot support something that doesn't have a better feel for on how soon we might see funds coming back in, because this could become a huge drain to the county if we approved it. So, and I'm just stating that up front, that I can't support this. And I'll look for additional. Supervisor Campbell, go ahead.
I just had another question. Is there another option here? What happens if we do not move forward with this particular proposal? Can we give you direction to continue working the problem, or is this needs to happen right now? Or if we don't move to put this money aside, does that mean this is just not going to happen, or is there an option where we can not allocate right now from the road fund and continue working this? And if it looks like there's movement on the FEMA side, then we add it to the project list at that point? Or does it need to be added right now with all these other projects that we have in the hopper?
So these bids are good for 60 days. And what we could do is not award now. The project remains shovel ready, and at a time at which we felt it was better timing, when we have the funding or we're a little more guaranteed the funding, we could put it back out to bid. There's no guarantee the bids would come in the same range, right, because we know how volatile the construction, bids have been, but we could rebid the same plans and specifications at a later date.
Yeah, and that is the risk, is that if you put it off, very rarely are things less expensive in the future.
Yeah, but the plans and specifications remain good now and at a future date.
Mm-hmm.
The bids that we received are good for 60 days, but the plans and specs could be rebid at a later date. Next year, they would still be good.
Okay.
Supervisor Heff.
So I have a question. I've been working with McClintock's office forever, as you know. And if we can get this decoupled from the other storms that are also included, that make this so cumbersome, it's going to take forever. And if we can do that within 60 days and get the approval before that 60th day, we can still move forward with the lowest bid. Is that correct? Is what I'm saying correct?
Yeah, it would be 60 days from the bid date of July 11th. So that would be September 11th.
Ooh, that's not good. Okay. All right, that's not realistic either.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I share the, I think, sentiments of this. I know that we did this for Tuolumne Road North. There's a lot of traffic. We had the emergency repair kind of laid out. We did it with Old Priest Grade. That's also a fairly high traffic road to an extent with it. But they were smaller amounts, and this is a lot for a low volume road. And I agree with Supervisor Campbell's point of concern is, am I willing to jeopardize if this doesn't go through? This many millions, half of what we've invested since we've been in our time of new funding of future projects, that's a lot. So I agree. I think we can pause. I'm not necessarily willing to go forward with this too. There are projects in my district that, come to mind here, and I think the same is what we need is we need revenue. I mean, these are some of the things that make it very challenging when we have to go without. I did have one question in terms of access for a commercial section. I mean, the road in terms of vehicles, we wouldn't be wanting to allow them on there, but for lack of a better like a tuk-tuk type thing, some type of minor motorized thing, would they be allowed to, almost where you've got like the ATV in a cart, if it's truly just trying to get people from the river spot back to another area, couldn't they do something that would be more like a trail? What could be used on a trail safely?
I would defer to council on this, but I will tell you the road is unstable. I don't know that we would want to allow any public use, knowingly allow any public usage.
Yeah, the obvious concern would be liability concern, allowing any public use on an unstable, unsafe road. Not something we would advise. My other concern would be allowing the rafting company, but not allowing the general public, somehow discriminating against who can use that road and who can't.
No, I mean a limit on vehicle, because I from what I was at least have seen so far, that it's the embankment and it's kind of a narrow road, and so it's that a vehicle traversing on that, both in weight and size, would have challenges. But it would be potentially safe to walk on or have a bike on, right? So, anyway. If the answer is it's complicated, or probably no. If there's something that can be negotiated that makes sense like that, so that they can at least just access it. I mean, shoot, again, if they can go ride bicycles, but I'll stop diverging from it. I agree with my colleagues. I'm not ready to move forward with this at this time.
So, Chair Goldenberg, this is a 4/5 vote, and I'm counting short of that. So
that is correct. We can take a vote if you'd like, but I don't think it's really necessary.
How should we proceed? Tabling it, or
motion to table indefinitely?
Yeah, I would like to see it tabled, and you never know. There could be things that come up, maybe from the federal side, and if they freed up some money, and just because the bids end on September 11th or whatever the date would be, we can still go back to those companies and have them rebid if we see some light that there might be something coming through. And hopefully they'll either be very close or not too far off. And so that's kind of, what I'm thinking. And I don't like this. I don't like to see any of our, things interfere with, people's livelihoods and, being able to traverse. But in this case, it's just not a very good situation.
If I could just say, I mean, what's really sad about this is for anybody in the public or anybody that's interested in this issue and decision-making at the county level, this is a clear example of how federal policy and federal inaction is having a direct effect on decision-making at the local level. This would be a different story if it was, FEMA saying, hey, if roads are damaged during storms, get them fixed, we'll reimburse you, and there was some kind of process there. Like there is, with Cal OES and these other agencies that we work with, that it takes a while, but it's fairly streamlined. It's making our job much harder. to do, and it's making your job harder. Just because we can't get any response from the agencies that are, that's their job, is to respond and work with counties and cities, and they're not doing it. And so now we're having to make the tough decisions that are going to affect our bottom line and make a lot of our citizens unhappy and business owners. It's just the buck keeps getting passed, and then finally it gets to the local level and we have to make a decision, and it's not always a popular one. So.
Okay, so you've got the direction.
Yes.
And what we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch at this time.
Thank you,
We're
Board.
going to break for lunch for 1 hour. Staff is going to come in at 1:30 because of some circumstances with one of our 1:30 appointments. So we'll be breaking until 1:40. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We will resume the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting at this time. And we will be moving on to our 1:30 appointments. So if I can ask the clerk to please read our 1:30 p.m.
1:30 p.m. 1, public hearing to review, receive comments, and subsequently approve Resolution 7224 adopting proposed Rule 602 technical analysis and report fees regarding fees for the actual cost of collecting samples, performing analysis, and preparing necessary reports on emissions.
Okay, good afternoon, and please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Goldenberg.
Excuse me, Chair. I'm so sorry. I need to reread the item.
Open the public hearing.
Sorry.
Yes.
As the Air Pollution Control Board, 1:30 p.m. 1, public hearing to review, receive comments, and subsequently approve Resolution 7224 adopting proposed Rule 602 technical analysis and report fees regarding fees for the actual cost of collecting samples, performing analysis, and preparing necessary reports on emissions.
Okay, and I'll open the public hearing.
All
Please
right.
go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Schroeder. I'm your Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control Officer. And last month, your board held a public hearing for our air district to present the proposed new Rule 602, which reads, whenever the Air Pollution Control Officer finds that an analysis of the emissions from any source is necessary to determine the extent and amount of pollutants being discharged into the atmosphere, which cannot be determined by visual observation, he or she may order the collection of samples and analysis made by qualified personnel. The time required for collecting samples, making the analysis, and preparing the necessary reports shall be charged against the owner or operator of said premises at the actual cost of work performed. Information, circulars, reports, and technical reports or works prepared by the district when requested by government agencies, individuals, or groups may be charged a sum not to exceed the cost or preparation and distribution of such document. As mentioned last month, the Air District does not have employees who have engineering experience. The district has found it necessary to hire an engineering firm to assist with the technical analysis of proposed projects and to assist with creating permits for said projects, as well as many other engineering needs. Many of the reports that our office needs assistance with are mandated by law. This new fee funds the district's ability to comply with these laws. This new rule reinforces the goal of the district to create a long-term plan of sustainability within the Air Pollution Control District while providing quality analysis of projects for developers. We notified our permit holders by mail and via notice in the Union Democrat, and we did not receive any comments. It is recommended your board approve the resolution adopting Rule 602, technical analysis and report fees, and authorize the Air Pollution Control Officer to submit said rule to the California Air Resources Board.
Okay, so I will look to the board first of all. Does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask regarding this matter? Okay, I'll open up to public comment. And public comment, just as I described this morning, will hold true for this afternoon.
We have 3 minutes.
Excuse me, sir.
Hearing, I thought I could
Sir,
say if you did.
address the board, please. Okay. Thank
You're
you.
being sued for 5 years of not complying with the rule where you have to have a meeting, you have to have results and publish them. That's just an example of kind of a systemic problem in Tuolumne County, where you have very important people, no one messes with them. The board dances to what they have you do, and you have to look in the mirror and decide why you do that. And then the poor people in the air pollution office, I've called in many times. There's businesses that are hot spots. They're out of compliance with how they were licensed, and if I had time, I'd go over them, and it's very frustrating. It's caused illness within my family. They're in our area. Soon we're going to have 3 more growing. We have the San Joaquin Valley banning burning, and I don't know if our air pollution office or you guys are talking with them how that's going to change, where they're going to send their millions of tons of stuff. So anyway, I'm looking at American Wood Fiber and how they've disconnected their filters. My neighbor 3 years ago, my wife, who's a runner and before pandemic and an athlete, she started to come down with asthma, and all of a sudden it's getting better and better. I almost lost her about 3 months ago. And my neighbor said, did you notice that they disconnected their filters? And so you have a company that's a national company. They won't tell you, but it's about $100 million a year. Private company, they come in. There's no requirement for a CEQA on them. And I'm worried about these 3 new companies coming in, like American Golden State Financial Authority's talking about burning stuff up here. I've been to their meetings. They don't have any charts. They don't even think they have to mention what kind of pollution is going to be released on those. So we got 3 of these coming in. I know I'm almost out of time. I had a whole thing that I wanted to say, and now I'm cutting it down. But anyway, basically, you just can't let people do what they want. The newspaper, there's no media here. So with no media here, people aren't going to learn about this. I had to read very deeply into your minutes to find out about this lawsuit. And you put 2 and 2 together and see how the operation of this board has been for the last 3 board sessions. And it seems like certain people get great advantages, and the people that are supposed to investigate, and I've called, gee, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do, because they know that you hold their jobs in their hands. So they're kind of constricted. I'm just going to be real honest about it. I'm very worried. We have a family illness which would cost millions of dollars for me to prove that west wind coming down each morning, bringing that smoke across. It looks like on most mornings from Rock River and Green Springs Road, looks like an old teepee burner. That's what it looks like. And they go 6 days a week,
Okay, thank you,
24
sir.
hours a day. And I'm sorry I can't
Thank you.
go over point by point.
Is there any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for comments. Do we have any comments amongst the board? Okay. So, seeing none, then I'll look for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, motion to approve carries 4-0 with Supervisor Kirk absent. Thank you. And if I can have the clerk please read our 1:30 p.m. 2. And I will open the public hearing.
As the Air Pollution Control Board, 1:30 p.m. 2, public hearing to review and receive comments on the Air Pollution Control District fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Consideration of setting a public hearing for September 24th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. to adopt the Air Pollution Control District fiscal year 2024-2025 budget.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. This is our step 2 in our 3-step process of the air pollution control budget that we have to do each year per California Health and Safety Code sections 40130 through 40131, which requires us to present our annual budget in a public hearing held exclusively for that purpose and separate from any other budget hearing. So our board, your board, must now review and adopt this budget as the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District Board. And the review and adoption process requires the 2 hearings again, and this is our second one. So the result of the budget process is that we are in a decrease from last year of $506,542. And our total budget was $485,455 for this year. In our revenues, we receive no general fund support at this time, and the wood smoke reduction grant program was continued in fiscal year 24-25, and if we decide to go through with the Carl Moyer program again this year, we will come before your board at that time. So it's not included in the budget at this point in time. So that's one of the reasons why there's a decrease of so much money. And I'm sorry, let's see. DMV registration fees were overestimated in fiscal year 23-24. Thus, an adjustment was made in our revenues for this year. And county fees are estimated to slightly increase this year. As for our personnel, the air pollution control budget froze the air pollution deputy position and an air pollution specialist one for this fiscal year. The department will fund one full-time permanent employee, one air pollution control specialist. Through intra-fund transfers, it also reimburses the agriculture budget for the time spent by the agricultural commissioner, air pollution control officer, and other agricultural staff on air pollution control activities. The increase of the intra-fund transfer in the fiscal year 24-25 budget is due to more dependence on the air pollution control officer doing air pollution control work, in place of having a deputy and a second air pollution specialist. So it is recommended that your board set a hearing date of September 24th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. to adopt the air pollution control district fiscal year 24-25 budget.
Okay, looking to the board again. Any questions on this matter? Okay, we'll ask for public comment again on this item. Okay, seeing no public comment, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Are there any comments? If not, I'll look for a motion.
Chair, I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell.
Do I need to specify considering setting the public hearing date for September 24th?
It's part of the staff recommendation.
Okay, all right. Then
I think you had it.
Staff recommendation.
Okay, so motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Kirk absent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if we can, if I could please have the clerk read our item 1:30 p.m. 3.
1:30 p.m. 3, public hearing to consider Yaden ordinance for zone change Lunar 2312 to rezone a 44.3 acre parcel, APN 059-209-006 from RE2 residential estate 2 acre minimum and A10 general agricultural 10 acre minimum to RE10 residential estate 10 acre minimum and to rezone a 7.2 acre parcel, APN 059-600-001 from AE 37 exclusive agricultural 37 acre minimum to RE10 residential estate 10 acre minimum under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, TCOC. Notice of exemption to pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the state CEQA guidelines.
I'll open the public hearing. Please, go ahead and present.
Good afternoon, Board. Members of the general public, my name is Clark Sintek. I am a planner at the Community Development Department. And the project I have before you today is zone change LUNR-23-12 for our owners and applicant Matthew Yaden and Joseph Littoral. Project description for this ordinance for zone change is there's 2 different APNs that are being rezoned. The first APN 059-290-066 is a 44.3 acre parcel with the current zoning of residential estate 2 acre minimum, general agricultural 10 acre minimum, and the proposed zoning for this parcel is residential estate 10 acre minimum. There's also a few general plans designations on this parcel as well, including large lot residential, homestead residential, and residential estate. The second APN being rezoned is 059-600-001 with a acreage of 7.2, current zoning of exclusive agriculture 37 acre minimum with the same proposed zoning RE10 and current general plan designations of large lot residential and homestead residential. This is the zone changes in advance of a lot line adjustment between the two parcels. Just a kind of an overview of where this is located within the county. You can see that within the vicinity of downtown Jamestown, and the site location, the address is 15500 Jacksonville Road. Here's a map kind of showing the surrounding zonings as well as the project site zonings and general plan designations. And here's a map showing where the lot line adjustment will occur, the red line being the lot lines being removed between these two. The parcels on the right will be giving the sliver of land that's on the left side of Jacksonville Road to that left APN. Joiner comments there are 22 neighboring property owners that were notified on January 18th. There were no responses received, and same with advisory agencies. There's only 2 that responded, basically saying that they had no comments. And for the Planning Commission hearing, the meeting was held on July 17th. There was a 5-0-0 vote recommending approval to the board with no commissioners absent. And the findings that staff has found complete for this zone change, that this proposed zone change is consistent with the general plan, is consistent with the ordinance code. This project is suited for the uses permitted under the zoning district, and it is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3, the state CEQA guidelines. The process for your board today is to approve the project, deny the project, or send the project back to staff. Are there any questions?
Okay, looking to the board, are there any questions? Supervisor Brandon, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I just had one question, obviously around the surrounding area for the property. It's AE 37. During this, in this little selection of Jacksonville Road, it has mixed use, it's RE2. The zoning that's proposed in this change would reduce the potential residential intensity for any type of development with it. Do we know why this pocket was zoned differently from AE 37 compared to the surrounding area? It's interesting that section looks like it was slated for, either home or mixed use development of some type.
Mm. Well, I mean, the area itself is pretty, I guess there's pretty topography, like a pretty sheer topography, like it's not really developable, I would say. There's a river that runs through the property right along Jacksonville Road. There is one house on the property, but in terms of like more development potential, I don't really see it being very lucrative for mixed-use development there.
Okay, but we don't have any records of why it was initially zoned like RE2.
I don't know.
Okay,
that I can.
Just curious. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Any additional questions by board members? I've got one. Just leading this map up, so that sliver. Just want to make sure I understand it. That's going to become part of parcel number 059-600-001. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I thought that's what it was. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shows it clear. Okay, I don't have any questions, so I'll open it up to public comment. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
My name is Matt Yaden, and I actually reside at 15500 Jacksonville Road. I believe the county, when they put the realignment of the road in, I believe that's when they changed what was AE10, 47 acres. I think when they created that sliver, they realized they couldn't call it a AE10, so they gave it a designation RE2. But it doesn't seem to make any sense because it's not really something that could be developed. But I just wanted to try to explain what I think I understand. That got a new designation apparently when they did the realignment.
Interesting, and thank you for stepping up and offering that explanation. Appreciate it.
Right.
Okay. Any additional public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I'll close the public hearing. And any additional comments from the board? If not, I'll look for a motion. Supervisor Brandon. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Half. Go ahead.
Yeah, was going to move, unless Supervisor
It's
Brandon.
Supervisor Brandon's district. I was going to.
I believe
think
it's in
both.
It's in
in
both.
Oh, it's
our
both.
districts.
Okay,
You can do the next
my
one.
apology.
You can do the next one. I'll move that we approve according to a staff recommendation.
Okay, so I have
I'll
a
second.
motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? So it carries 4-0 with Supervisor Kirk absent. And if the clerk could please move us on to reading, nice long one for you here, our 1:30 p.m. 4.
1:30 p.m. for public hearing to consider Rosasco 1, Resolution 7324 for Agricultural Preserve Alteration, AP 23-001 to disestablish Agricultural Preserve 71-3 and modify Agricultural Preserve 4 by the addition of 239.89 acres, APN 063-070-006 and 058-230-001, and removal of 1.2 acres, a portion of APN 063-070-056. 2, ordinance for zone change, RZ 23-008 to rezone 2 parcels, APN 058-230-001 and 063-070-006 from A337 to A337 AP and rezone a 1.28 acre portion of APN 063-070-056 from A337 AP to A337 under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to facilitate a lot line adjustment. 3, approval of serving a notice of non-renewal on a portion of assessor's parcel number 063-070-056, 1.28 acres, and APN 063-070-071 and 063-070-069, 65.77 acres for non-compliance with Resolution 106-04. 4, application for Williamson Act contract WA 23-001 through Williamson Act contract WA 23-004 to rescind 2 existing Williamson Act contracts, 05 WA-112 and 04 WA-70, and enter into our 4 new contracts pursuant to Tuolumne County Resolution 106-04, including approval of the agricultural management plans, A, WA 23-001, consisting of 447.12 acres, B, WA 23-003, consisting of 257.7 acres, C, WA 23-003, consisting of 842.91 acres, D, WA 23-004, consisting of 448.9 acres, Notice of exemption pursuant to Section 15061B3 pursuant to the state CEQA guidelines.
So I will open the public hearing. And a lot of things going on with this one. Hopefully you'll be able to describe it in a manner that we can understand. There's some shifting going on here, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jennifer Preston, planner for Tuolumne County. Today we'll be reviewing agricultural preserve alteration, a zone change, a notice of non-renewal, 4 new Williamson Act contracts, and the corresponding ag management plans for Nathan Rosasco and the Rosasco family. Let's see. Okay. Am I on slide 2? Am I on slide 2? Is it down? Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry. The project includes a resolution for an agricultural preserve alteration. This is to de-establish the agricultural preserve 71-3 and modify agricultural preserve 4 by the addition of 239.89 acres and the removal of 1.28 acres from a portion of APN 063070056. The zone change is to rezone the 2 parcels, which total the 239.89 acres from AE 37 to AE 37 AP, and the 1.2 acre portion to AE 30. No, I'm sorry, from AE 37 AP to AE 37, and that is to facilitate a lot line adjustment. Next is to serve a notice of non-renewal on the portion pertaining to the 1.2 acres and APN 063070071 and 063070069 for noncompliance with Resolution 106-04, and then to rescind Williamson Act contracts and simultaneously enter into 4 new contracts to execute the new land conservation contracts on a total of 1,996 acres, 0.63 acre site. This includes approval of their corresponding agricultural management plans for each of the contracts. The addition of the project site to the Ag Reserve and the addition of the AP combining zoning are required for inclusion in the Williamson Act contracts pursuant to our Tuolumne County Resolution 106-04. Once the project is completed, there'll be a net gain of 172.84 acres of contracted land. The project site consists of 22 parcels located at 16002 and 16004 Highway 108 and at 15335 Peoria Flat Road, northwest and southwest of Highway 108 within the community of Jamestown. The parcels also have an agricultural general plan land use designation. Here is a map of the project site and the surrounding parcels. It consists of 22 parcels and is surrounded by other agricultural designated parcels and publicly owned lands. On the left side of the screen here is a map of the existing boundary of Ag Reserve 4, and that's in green, and Ag Reserve 71-3 is in brown. And on the right side of the screen, the proposed changes to the Ag Reserves. All parcels will be included in Ag Reserve 4 after the project is completed, and Ag Reserve 71-3 will be de-established. This slide shows the areas to be rezoned. APN 063070006 and 058230001 will be rezoned from AE 37 to AE 37 AP, and the 1.2 acre portion of APN 063070056 will be removed from the, be rezoned from the AE 37 AP to AE 37 to help facilitate the lot line adjustment to the neighboring parcels that follow a fence line that has been there for many years. This map shows the 4 new contracts in the different colors. So that shows you the general area, and they're all together there. So the Williamson Act was passed in California legislature in 1965 to preserve agricultural properties. The act authorizes local governments and property owners to voluntarily enter into contracts to restrict the land to specified uses related to viable agricultural operations or open space uses for a period of 10 years in exchange for tax incentives. The property owner must continue the agricultural use as specified in their management plan. The contract is automatically renewed every December 31st for another 10 years, unless a notice of non-renewal is served to begin the process of coming out of the contract. Resolution 10604 contains Tuolumne County rules and regulations for enforcing the provisions of the Williamson Act. Each contract must be reviewed for consistency with Resolution 10604. Staff has determined that the proposed project is consistent with the Resolution 10604. On May 16th, 2024, the Ag Advisory Committee determined that the project was consistent with this Resolution 10604. And then on July 17th, 2024, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the zone change. 58 adjoining owners were notified of the property project via mail on July 23rd. In July 2023. All owners of property within the ag reserves have also been notified of the proposed project as required by Resolution 10604. One response was received with no objection to the project. Caltrans would like to be notified of any future development, and TUD had no objections. Staff has determined each component of the proposed project to be consistent with the required findings of the approval for the agricultural preserve alteration, the zone change, serving a notice of non-renewal, the new Williamson Act contracts, and their ag management plans. And so the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors may either recommend approval of the project, recommend approval of the project with modifications, recommend to deny the project, or send it back to staff for further review. Are there any questions?
Okay, looking for questions at
Yes.
this time? Okay, very good. Is this your first time presenting?
Yes, if you can't
Well,
tell.
You got through it. Each one gets better as you move forward. Okay, so looking to the board, any questions? Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
I didn't have any questions. I was just going to note that I think you got the worst item to have to read through. It's a half a page of text. It's about the most complicated staff item title.
Yeah,
I've
look
ever
what our
seen on the
board
agenda.
clerk had to go through reading.
Yeah.
So, I did have just a couple of quick questions, and part of this may be just want to understand better.
Right.
So Williamson Act requires some plans as part of the process?
Yes, they have to have ag management plans, and
Right.
it
Is there-
dictates what they can do on their property.
Yeah, and so is there, with all that's happening here, is there any changes in those plans necessary?
No, the
Or
Rosasco
Carrie?
family is going to continue the same ranch operation
Okay.
that they have.
I just want to make sure that that was covered. And when you went over the planning commission, the vote?
Was
I didn't hear-
5-0.
5-0. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So looking for public comment on this item. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and close the public hearing. And any other comments from the board? If not, we'll look for the motion to move forward.
Forgive me if I don't read this one fully. We'll move on staff recommendation for all the items listed.
Okay?
Second.
Okay, so motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstains? Okay, seeing none, carries with 4-0 with Supervisor Kirk absent. Thank you very much, and we can go forward on this. Great. All right, let's go back in time a little bit here on the agenda. I believe that we're looking at item 16 would be our, is that correct? Yeah, so if the clerk could please read item 16.
Item 16, discussion and direction for the 2024 Community Development Block Grant and Program Income Projects and Programs, directing staff to make application and return to your board with required resolution to authorize submission of the 2024 Community Development Block Grant application.
Okay, very good. So, please
Okay.
proceed.
We'll take it off. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Mo Frank, General Service Agency Director, and with me is Lori Adams from Adams Ashby. She is our CDBG consultant. Before you today, this item is really to go over the 2024 CDBG application. We were before your board about a month and a half ago to talk about this and to tell you what was the upcoming event. So this is the upcoming event. What we'll do is we'll go over the requirements both for the 2024 grant application for CDBG and also talk about the CDBG program income grant that we would like to submit. And with that, we'll go over the projects. We do have a recommendation. It's only a recommendation, so if your board wants to give staff different direction, that is fine. And with that, I will turn it over to Lori to give you an overview of the application process and where we are.
All righty. This is a common process that believe you're all familiar with, that we bring to you every year. And over the past few years, we've had a little anomalies from what had been previously brought forth for CDBG, but I feel as though we are starting to come back into our normal processes. So other than the fact that we are a little out of sync in timing, our timing this year, we are anticipating the NOFA to be released. As of today, the word is August 30th. So we don't have the actual final NOFA. The information that we're providing you is based on the action plan that they have released. So once the final NOFA is received, then we'll be able to continue through the application process. As you know, we have
So
to start. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, just to make sure. So there's a little over a week, waiting period here, but whatever we move forward with today will be dependent upon that, the NOFA, or I'm trying to understand the date.
Absolutely, but we do not anticipate, Lori and I are on office calls with HCD staff every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And so they're pretty much set in regards to how many projects and the maximum amount that we can apply for. We don't see any changes with that. They might do some tweaking in regards to, they're already late in regards to issuing this, so they might be looking at different dates and stuff, but as far as the number of projects we'll be able to apply for and the maximum amount, that has been set.
So should we approve today and that happens?
Yes,
then we're fine
that's
to
where
move
I
forward.
was headed.
Okay.
Timing is critical.
Yeah.
They don't give us a lot of time. So we have to start the process for the county much earlier than the actual NOFA being released. So in this situation for 2024, we have approximately $44 million that's going to be available through the state allocation. They have the components set forth as an over-the-counter program, an over-the-counter project, or you have competitive program. And the OTC is the terminology that they like to use for over-the-counter project that we had slated for this round. The census threw that off a little bit. So, it was for the Columbia Fire Station. Okay, so that is our over-the-counter project that was slated for this round that we have to pause for the next NOFA. But we also have program income funding that we are going to request that be placed towards that project because you do have a balance of program income. So for the actual grant that we're going to be making application for, we're looking at the competitive programs under this round. So we came forth and we did our call for projects to assess those projects for this competitive round. But in 2023, we had some anomalies, as I spoke about, with our wonderful CDBG program that didn't allow us to move forward with what we had planned. So we made available to those individuals who responded to our call for projects, we extended this process to those who responded during the last cycle that we weren't able to make application for. So the eligible activities that we have are still available, but we have set forth the process in order to make sure that you're in a position to apply for the OTC round next time for your Columbia Fire project in coordination with your program income, and then to bring forward those 3 applications that we received under our call for projects for the competitive round. So just to hit the highlights on the eligible activities for the general CDBG program, we have a maximum of $3.3 million that we're eligible to apply for under the over-the-counter projects. We have $1.5 million available for over-the-counter programs. And then we have a maximum of $600,000 for our competitive application. I won't say project or program because that doesn't necessarily fit, but for the competitive applications. And those are up to 2 at $300,000 each maximum for a total of $600,000. So that's how those are broken down. You don't have to apply for 2, you can apply for 1, but the maximum would be $300,000 for that single application, or you can have 2 at $300,000 each. So those are the programs and projects that we've considered for you for this meeting today for the selection. So we, as part of the threshold requirements of the CDBG program, we did community outreach, and we held those on July 16th and July 17th, as well as a virtual only on August 1st. And we had some input that we did receive at those meetings. And then we also did the nonprofit outreach on June 28th, where we met with those 3 agencies, or those 3 potential applicants for the round, to speak to them about the 2024 program cycle and what those limits are going to be once that is released. As part of that process, they did submit an application to us. The maximum that they were allowed to request is $256,000. That takes into account the general administration to operate that contract, so it removes that, and their actual funding amount would be $256,000, with the additional as general admin, which brings you to your $300,000 limit. We reviewed those applications based on the scoring criteria that would bring the best result of an application, because this is competitive. Those were reviewed by myself, Beth Dodd, Annie Hockett, and Maureen Frank. And then we set those scores together, and we provided an average. And based on those average, the 2 highest scoring applicants were the Tuolumne County Transit Agency to provide senior transportation services. And then the second was the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency Food Bank. And then our third applicant was the Amador Tuolumne County Action Agency's Housing Stabilization Program. And I believe in our CHIP review, all 3 of those were highlighted as needs in the county. So I think any combination of those would definitely be meeting the needs of your communities. The program income application, I'll just hit on that before we go to questions, if you don't mind, is going to be about $1.5 million that will be placed towards the Columbia Fire Station. The difference with program income is we aren't able to use program income for those competitive applications that we've spoke about, which are your public services and your planning grants. That is not an eligible activity under program income, so it does need to be a more of an over-the-counter type program or project. So we would be looking at coming back to you in allocating those funds, but we wanted to make sure we had that conversation at this meeting.
And just to let you know, program income, so that is money that the county receives from previous loans that we've made out. We have 2 really big companies that are paying us significant amounts of money. That's Rush Creek and Evergreen Lodge, both of them. So that's where we have the money. If we do not allocate the money to a project, HCD frowns highly upon it and will come and ask for it back. So either we make an allocation towards a over-the-counter or a facility or capital project, or we then relinquish the money back to the state, just so you know what our rules of engagement are,
And
right?
They are in process of actually taking those steps to what we call sweep the funds back to the state and then reallocate them. So today, we've brought forth those 3 applicants. We've provided a scoring criteria for you, and we're looking for direction from the board on how they would like us to proceed with application once the NOFA is issued.
So, board members, questions? See none? Or, I'm sorry, you had one. Supervisor Brandon, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So we have these 3 applications. I want to ask, were there other applications that were received? Were these the only ones?
So as a part of our 2023 process, these
Yeah.
were the only 3 that were received.
Okay, what's the solicitation process look like that to various entities that would have the technical
Right.
capability?
So we put out a pretty broad list of your nonprofit organizations, and we reach out to them. We provide an outline. We do a meeting with them to kind of explain the process, and then we put through an application where they fill out a predetermined application and provide some information if they're interested, and then we go through a rating and ranking process. And at the time that we did this call for projects, these were the 3 that responded, and we made this available to those individuals.
We also put out, this is old school, yeah, old school, but the HCD is changing on it. We did an advertisement in the paper that this was available and that we were having this outreach meeting. And then we also put it on the webpage and direct mail. So.
Okay. And we have the capability to apply ourselves for something with the county need for a department or something like that too.
That is correct, yes. Yes, the social service agencies and such are also included in that process.
Okay, I'm just curious. It's odd when we have like money available. Most entities are looking for funding, have project ideas, county departments too. Why we wouldn't have more than just 3 applications, 2 from the same organization?
Yeah, in the past, because I've now been doing this a few years, and we've had more in the past come forth, but in 2023, those were the only 3 that responded. Now, in our next round, because we are eligible to apply, dependent upon the NOFA, you are eligible to make additional applications. So on our next funding cycle, then, as the NOFA outlines, then we would do that call for projects again, and then we could make additional applications.
Okay, last question on this too was if we wanted to go a different direction on one of these, because I'm not sure we kind of had a list of, these may be the priorities we'd like to see, and here's who to reach out to and whatnot. If we wanted to change one of these things to one of the other eligible uses, do we have time and capacity to actually do that? I mean, are we up against the deadline kind of again where it's...
There's always a deadline.
Yeah.
It is difficult to switch at this point because of the information that we would need to determine whether or not it's competitive. Is it going to score well? I will make an application however you direct me to, but we want to make sure that it meets the requirements of the competition, because if it doesn't hit certain scoring criteria, then we lower our potential application award.
And it also takes us time to work with the proposal agencies in regards to putting together the application, making sure they have all their ducks in a row. If it's a service and program, do they have other funding available? Do they have a good accounting system? Have they done the outreach that they need to do? Is their project sustainable? So it usually takes us a few months for us to really work with an agency to get them prepped and ready to go to make a successful application. So if your board was looking at doing another project, that's your prerogative. I guess Lori and I are recommending to you then if there's some other avenue, there's someone else that you would like to reach out to, that we are looking at January 2025 for the next application. We already know that the over-the-counter that your board has directed us to will be the Columbia Fire Station, but if allowed, there probably will be public services and programs. And so we could work on putting out early enough the outreach to see if we can have something else, or if there's a county program that we're interested in, get that program ready to go. So then the application come January, they're set and will be successful.
Copy that. Thank you.
Actually, you answered my question. I was going to ask about the timing on the Columbia Fire Station. That's sorely needed, and we need to get the fire station more centrally located. So glad to see that that'll be coming up in the not too distant future here. All right. Looking for public comment. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. Darren Grossi. I'm the Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Transit Agency. I just want to take a minute to thank Lori and Maureen for the opportunity to provide these funding for transportation, non-emergency medical transportation. Our proposal is to backfill some services that was offered by Common Ground previously, and they're no longer in business. So we're trying to restore those services. I did notice on the board item it said it was for senior transportation. I just wanted to clarify our application was for transportation, non-emergency medical transportation for low-income veterans and disabled folks. So we already have funding for senior transportation through Area 12 and through the TCTA. This is an expansion of those services, but a backfill of what was previously provided by Common Ground. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And any comments? Supervisor Campbell.
I'm really appreciative of the work that you've done to put these together, and the applications I have are really good. I'll give another shout out. Thank you, Darren and Marissa, for working on this. You know, non-emergency medical transportation is one of, when I wear my hat as a TCTA director, that's probably the most, if not one of the most, one of the most, if not the most requested elements, is that people trying to get back and forth from doctor appointments, things that they have to do. And it's still a real struggle, even with dial-a-ride. And so to me, that hits that we have this big block of the community that is not served by, their transit needs are not served by TCTA, and this fills that hole. So I'm supportive.
Any additional? Supervisor Renton, go ahead.
Great, thank you. So based on the timing with this, I'm supportive. I would have liked to see more applications with it, where, and maybe this is thinking of January, you know, some of the needs outside, I think, of county capital, or talk about community benefit organizations or something in that realm, is right now housing development and small business support at some level. And I know this in the past, I think, has been small business revolving loans, modular job training, infrastructure, and at least seeing those options, competitive ones that we can select from. That's something that I think would be interesting. All three of these are really great programs. The food banks, something that's close to my heart, because I think that in particular provides for so many in a very direct way to what, you know, they wouldn't have before. I'm always skeptical when it comes to the housing assistance ones. We have a huge need for housing, but I know that fund gets created within ATCA, and the utility assistance, it's depleted before generally the end of the year. The need is very great, and so it's not a bridge because somebody's in a bad spot and they just needed 2 months. It's kind of a direct subsidy, and then at the end they're back to the same situation, and that's just always concern over something that may be able to get the infrastructure to get an affordable housing project built over that hurdle to run a quarter mile of pipe, or to purchase deed restrictions over time or something like that. And similar with the transit, it's another important issue in the community. I just don't know that's something we can take on. This isn't general fund, but it's something that could go to these other things which would otherwise have to be funded in a general fund way, or create revenue. So that's where my thoughts are at. I know we're at the level here, but I think it would be great if in the January solicitation we can make sure to coordinate with, you know, for example, the Central Sierra Economic Development District, and letting them know and educate them on what they can do to submit something in advance, be able to talk to, I think, our development group as well, there may be projects that come in that really $300,000 could get something that, I guess, you know, in a revenue sense, everybody can eat off of for a long time, a lot of revenue, job creation, property tax improvement, and that might be really valuable, so.
So I've got just a couple of quick comments. I'm supportive of all three of these. On the senior transportation services replacing, you know, common ground. So, you know, that's important that, you know, we had the ability to do that. And so one of my committee assignments is Committee on Aging. And so those folks are end users of some of these services. And, you know, our relationship with ATCA has, you know, we've been going on for, you know, quite a number of years. And we've got a good working relationship. And they've worked with us in other areas where they've transferred funds, steered them towards the county, you know, to take care of some needs that we had. And so I'm supportive of this, and I'll look for a motion.
And then I just had one kind of going off of Supervisor Brandon's comments. So there's going to be another round of this in January, right? And then the following. So Supervisor Brandon gave some, I think, very good suggestions. One suggestion I would add is the youth centers, talking to our Parks and Library Director about that. I just looking at the size of the awards that are awarded, it's very similar to the cost to run those facilities, and they're always in a very tenuous funding position. And so, and then reading with staff through some of the qualifying, the factors that would qualify a project, it seems like that fits pretty nicely into that category. So that would be something I would look for in the future. But going toward the item at hand, Chair, I would move that we approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Carries 4-0 with Supervisor Kirk absent. Thank you very much. All right. The clerk can please read our urgency measure that we placed today, 16A.
Item 16A, consideration of approving a resolution pursuant to Section 22050 of the Public Contract Code and Section 3.22.060 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, finding there is a need to take emergency actions to repair flooding damage to the county's navigation center located at 20420 Rafferty Court, Soulsbyville, occurring on August 19th, 2024, and delegating authority to the county administrators to order any necessary action to make necessary repairs without giving notice for bid to let contracts. 4/5 vote required.
Okay, very good. Well, Mo, you're back.
I'm back. I know, don't leave. It's like a bad penny. Good afternoon, Board. Again, Mo Frank, General Service Agency Director. As you heard this morning, yesterday morning, staff received a call from the fire department. They arrived on scene, and water was flooding out of the building. We had a toilet supply line that just blew out. And when I say it blew out, not only did it totally break, it put a 18 by 18 hole in the wall. That's how much pressure was in there. The damage to the facility is about 1/3 of the building. So when you walk in, this is Unit B. So the first building that you come to is Unit A. The second one is Unit B. When you get to that unit and you walk in the front door, it's everything kind of to the right of that. So the kitchen and then the one of the arms of the hallway. So what was damaged? So we had 7 bedrooms on that side. All of those had carpet in them. So that carpet is, there's no padding underneath, so it's just glued on to the cement floor. So all of that needs to be taken up. All the baseboard in that whole area needs to be removed. We have the dressers that we repurposed that were already there at the facility when we bought it. We moved into the closets Well, it's particle board, so we're going to see if those are going to be able to be salvageable. We have linoleum in the kitchen, the hallways, the bathrooms, the laundry room, and the pantry that is already starting to lift. And so those are the areas of concerns that we have. We did, got to give it to them. Facilities, as always, they're great. The facilities staff were beat it up there right behind the fire department. As I said this morning, they started documenting the damage that was caused by this. So Sarah Olson, our risk manager, has that information for our insurance company. We contacted Sarah was great, contacted our insurance company. We did a property loss form and gave them an estimate of the damages and what we thought maybe might be the cost. This is me just really guessing, maybe about $60,000 worth. I am trying to figure it out. With that, then we quickly took action, because if you don't, the other thing that was damaged was drywall. And so we have to really watch that. So get that dried out. They're going to do some moisture testing on it yesterday and today to see how far up. Then we have to cut the drywall out and then replace it. With that, in talking to Sarah and talking to the insurance company, the insurance company did ask us to work with Belfour, who has been with us before in some of these other cleanups. So I really appreciate you this morning asking, can we hear this item earlier? You need to know that we have already started them, because with water damage, you need to get in and get it corrected. But that's why we're here today. We have signed a contract just for the emergency work, nothing else. We are working, the insurance company is coming up tomorrow, and we're going to be taking a tour with her and going through the facility and seeing what she says. And then after that confirmation, then we'll look at going ahead and doing then the restoration. But right now, all we're doing is the emergency work. So before you this afternoon, as I mentioned this morning, it's just to do this right and get everything together, because this is an emergency item and we need to take action. We're asking your board to approve the resolution that is included in your board item that allows us through section 22050 of the Public Contracting Code, and then also section 3.22.060, the Tuolumne County Ordinance, that your board makes a finding that there is an emergency, and allows us to do, because of the navigation flood, and allows us to authorize the county administrator to take any necessary action to correct and make the repairs to this facility. And I'm here to answer any questions you have.
All righty, thank you. Any questions from board members? Not seeing any. I'm sorry.
So how often is somebody in either of the facilities checking on things?
We're, to answer your questions in two parts. As far as moving in, we were just, HHSA was just about to move into facility, or Unit A.
Okay.
And start doing that. In Unit B, we don't have anybody.
Oh, I thought there was somebody already working over there.
There is, we are looking at making some ADA improvements to the front of the facility of Unit A.
Okay.
But nothing's been started right now. We need to get some engineering work done on it first, and then put it out to bid.
Okay.
So we don't,
Well,
so there was
I
no
was
one.
just kidding. I was surprised nobody noticed it, because I thought we already had HHSA people working over there, but I guess
We
not.
do in Unit A, I believe.
Okay.
I believe we just started this week.
Okay.
Yes, our staff have been up there every Monday for the last probably month and a half, 2 months. We had not been into that building in about a week, so I don't know how long it had been going on, but we've been up there weekly in the main building.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Any additional?
No.
Okay. Look for public comment on this item.
I had questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'd asked. Supervisor Brandon, you had a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to ask, so for the official opening date and actually having tenants move in, do we have anything on that? I mean, that's the, sorry. Annie, I don't know. That's what always comes up. And then on the second facility, having that date in mind of what it might have been, what do we think the delays may be in repair?
So I can probably address the first part. I don't know if I can estimate the second part. That's the $1 million question. I receive that often.
Yeah.
You know, we are so close. We are just waiting again for the employment piece to be finalized. I think my last estimate was hopefully last month, and now I have pivoted to hopefully this month, but I'm just cautious to give a concrete date because when I have done that, I've received some criticism from community members that it's not accurate. So I'm doing my best to estimate. But we are ready. We, like I just mentioned, our staff are up there. We are talking to potential families that are ready to make that transition in, so that hopefully as soon as we get the employment piece finalized, we can open the doors. So I don't know if that was specific enough for you, but we're really close, and I feel confident in that.
Okay, thank you.
So to the second part of your question, what kind of delays because of the incident yesterday? It's going to depend on a little bit on the insurance company. So we're acting as fast as we can with this and trying to mitigate and make sure that there's not any further damage that was caused. So my guess is going to take another week or two to do all the cleanup, to remove any of the flooring, as I talked about, get rid of the baseboards, look at the drywall, dry out the facility, and then once the insurance, so that's about 2 weeks, once the insurance company comes in and says, yes, we're okay to proceed to the next phase, then we will go out and solicit for the repairs of the facility. It depends on what they find. My guess is 2 or 3 weeks, so it could be a month.
Okay.
A little more.
However, I do believe, and Annie may have to come back up, that they're planning to use Unit A, so these repairs won't affect the opening
Of Unit A.
Of Unit A.
Okay.
So they are still able, because they're planning to occupy that building first, so that will be good. They just got to finish, like she said, the employment verification process is just taking a bit longer than we would like it to, but we can't bypass that.
Yes, unfortunately, but we're working through it. And I will say that the building A is the family and female unit, and building B was identified for male, and so we are targeting families and women first. So thankfully, it doesn't drastically change our plan for that.
Great.
I'll stay close.
We'll call you up in about 30 seconds again. Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions from the board? And so what, let's see. I'm looking for the recommendation on this. Mo, help me out.
You could just move on staff recommendation.
Having it not officially in the agenda was making it hard to pick out here. So I'll move on staff recommendation on this item.
Second.
Okay, so motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Hav. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstains? No. Carries 4-0. Okay. All right. Let me get back to the agenda here. All right. If the clerk could please read item number 17.
Item number 17, consideration of approving joint letters of response to the 2023-24 grand jury report on the Tuolumne County Dombacher Detention Center, Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility, and Tuolumne County Sheriff's Dispatch Center.
Okay, good afternoon, Tracy Riggs, and with us today is Sheriff Vasquez and Chief Probation Officer Dan Hawks. So once again, we have worked together to create a collaborative response that, which the board's response will align with your sheriff and your chief probation officer. This isn't the first year we did it, but I do like this approach, and it's been working well for us. So essentially what happens is your sheriff and your chief probation officer write the response. We talk about it, make sure we all feel aligned. We do. In here, that's what you will see as the result of that. I want to point out that in both of these, when it comes to both the Dambacker Detention Center and the Regional Motherlode Juvenile Hall, a detention facility, I never get all those right, that both of those programs and the staff who run those programs were complemented by the grand jury. And I think we just need to take a moment to just reflect on that, because that is not the first year. Every year that they go into both of these, they speak to the commitment of the staff, to the programs that they're running, and the people that they're serving. And I think that speaks volumes to the types and the quality of programs that are being ran in our county. Also speaks to the juvenile detention facility, why there are so many other counties who are wanting to use our facility. A lot of questions come up about the juvenile detention facility, and Dan Hawks has done an amazing job, as you know, about securing contracts and reducing our costs, our net county cost, to approximately what it would cost if we had to place our youth outside of the county. So we get a lot of questions about placing youth from other counties in the facility, but he's done such a good job with that he's kept it still at the cost of what it would be if we had to send ours outside the county. And he can speak to any benefits of what that means to our families and the youth that we're serving. So in here, the one area that was not so positive was, of course, and you're well aware of this, was the 911 dispatch center. And I do believe the sheriff spoke very well into the work that we are all collaborative. We are all working together in a collaborative effort to meet those needs, and then some alternatives in the event that we have to go there. And I would like to just defer to the sheriff and chief probation officers. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I concur with the process and the information that's set forth in the unified response to the grand jury, and just that we're doing our best to keep all of our options available, and we have a plan moving forward for 911, and I appreciate the collaborative effort and the responses.
I'd love to see that progress being made. Thank you. I'm sorry, CEO Riggs, did you have additional, or were you? Okay. Yeah.
I just want to apologize for the lengthy response I gave on one of the recommendations there, but I just wanted to emphasize the complexity of the situation we have with allowing more youth come in. We have 6 counties that we're working with in addition to our own youth, so we're assessing that situation closely. But I think if you look at the recommendations, in fact, the board had already adopted most of these recommendations, so I just want to applaud the board in that. You really had anticipated where the grand jury was going in terms of addressing the disparities with staff pay and compensation, and having an incentive program in place, and I think those have been very helpful. So I just wanted to point that out. But yeah, if there's any other questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Okay, so from the board, we've got a couple of folks out here. Do you have any questions of them before we look for public comment? Okay, so I'll look for public comment at this point then. Any member of the public wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and look for any comments. First, Supervisor Campbell.
I'd be happy to make the motion, but before I do it, I'd just like to really applaud staff and our team and the sheriff and Dan Hawks with probation. The grand jury did point out some issues that we have in the county, but I'm glad to say that none of these are a surprise to us. So all of the issues highlighted by the grand jury were already known to everyone on this board, our department heads, and we've been actively working to solve these issues before the grand jury even took up the cause of pointing them out. So I think that's really a testament to our different departments working together and the board being actively engaged in trying to solve these issues. So I just really wanted to highlight that I've seen grand jury reports where that wasn't the case, where there were things that came out of left field. These are very large problems, that's clear, but they're problems that we're working on. We have a plan to move forward with. I'll be happy to make the motion unless there's other
and I'll
comments.
just chime in real quick. Very refreshing, to see the approaches that you're taking, Sheriff, and most appreciated. Got, just looking at what opportunities that we had as things were there. And Dan, your facility is just such a great facility and well known. And, your staff that are running it, managing it, they're just doing a great job. So, other than that, I have a motion are there any other comments? If not, Supervisor Campbell?
I'll move that we approve the response to the grand jury.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell and a second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Carries, and we're good to go here. Thank you very much. So that brings us to our final regular agenda item, which is number 18. If the clerk could please read that item.
Item 18, consideration of adopting Resolution 7124, extending the Executive Confidential Compensation Plan for a one-year term to expire on August 20th, 2025.
Okay. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So this item before you is the first of the amendments to agreements with our bargaining units. This one is the unrepresented unit. It is the executive confidential unit. This will extend, first it extends the term for 12 months, so it will take us through August of 2025. There are salary adjustments in here related to the furloughs that we discussed during budget. This group will begin 5 days of furlough as of today. Once your board approves it, they'll have those 5 days offered to them. They will also experience, those who are exempt will experience a 1.9% reduction in their compensation. Of course, in consideration of that, they do get those 5 days off. And then those who are non-exempt will take unpaid time. So you may see a little bit of a difference here in how we approach this, and that's because in recognition that there are some employees who do not have time that they can cash out, non-exempt employees, not all of them would have sufficient time to cash out for 40 hours to make up for furlough. We wanted to make sure that we did the least harm. So in here, you'll see specific days that are lined out. Those are in there. They'll work with the department heads, and that is to ensure that they would not experience more than one unpaid work day in a pay period. I thought the non-exempt were not. Oh, I'm sorry. She's reminding me. So we even reduced the hourly by 1.9. Oh, I apologize. I'm going into future ones that we're talking about. So in here, everyone, even your non-exempt, are reduced by 1.9%. And I didn't realize we had done that with our non-exempt in here. There are days written out in here that are specific. However, management has a flexibility to work with employees if they need to work for operational needs, or if there is a special request to take a different day upon management permission, they can take those different days. And so that's written in here to allow that. All days must be taken, all those furlough days must be taken by June 30th of 2025. The other part is in consideration of extending this agreement for 12 months, your board had provided 5 additional flex days to be used within the term of that agreement as well. So with that being said, all of this, we are asking that your board would approve this compensation agreement. And of course, this is your executive group who's the first to step up and agree to such an agreement. And we appreciate their willingness to work with us.
Okay. Excuse me. I did have one question, on the memo showing the specific days, and just would like to confirm that that as you were negotiating this deal, that the employees were in favor of these lining out specifically. A little unusual, and I just wanted to make sure that
I just want to remind the board that this group is a compensation plan, so essentially you tell the group what they're going to get or not get, but we did discuss, I will say, these specific days were not, I did not talk about this with the individual that I work with, but language is written into this that allows flexibility to not specifically utilize these days.
Okay. Very good. Other questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, look for public comment on this item. Not seeing any public comments, I'll bring it back to the board. Any further comments? Supervisor Campbell.
Just thank you to the members of Executive Confidential and their representatives for working with us.
Any additional? No? Okay. Oh.
I'm happy to make a motion.
I'll second.
On staff recommendation to adopt resolution 7124.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstains? Carries 4-0 with Supervisor Kirk absent. And so that was our final regular item. So we've got a couple of closed session items. I'll look to County Council. First of all, do we expect a report out on either?
No.
Okay, and do you have a rough idea of timeframes on how long we might be?
Maybe an hour or so. And on item 20, I just want to clarify for the clerk to note in the record that the language says that Dr. Nicholas Wade, it looks like he would be participating, but actually he will not be because that would be a Brown Act violation. He is the negotiator for Columbia School District. So I just want to make that clear, just a little minor clarification for that.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. And meeting in the law library? Is that?
We can meet in here.
We meet in here, okay. Will?
We are happy to meet in the law library if that is what your board prefers. I'm looking at Supervisor Half.
Okay, I've got one supervisor that would love to meet in the law library, so let's do that.
That is fine. We have chocolate, so
Okay.
that's better.
And Supervisor Campbell just raised the point, reports, board members.
I just have one item. So.
Okay. Okay, Supervisor Campbell, go ahead.
So I wanted to report this to my colleagues that there was a PG&E event. It was for their pump station down there by Shaver Lake. And so I drove all the way down there to this event for this 40-year anniversary. And the reason why is that I had heard that Patty Poppy, who's the CEO of PG&E, was meeting with some local leaders. So I texted our representative. I said, hey, can I get in on that? And so I was able to have a meeting with Poppy, and I brought up the issues in Groveland. I brought up the issues in Columbia and Sonora and in my district. And so I can tell you that the CEO of PG&E is aware of our community and the problems that we're facing. I'll just kind of give you just really briefly how it went. She was kind of painting this picture that PG&E is doing much better financially. And I kind of made the argument, well, you raise the rates a lot, so that might have something to do with it. It's not necessarily the business acumen, although I was diplomatic about it. And that, we understand rate increases if it is accompanied with infrastructure improvements in rural communities like ours. I think people would be much more understanding of it. And until that happens, I think you're going to continue to see frustration with some of the decisions that are being made there. So that was the issue. I drove all the way down there just to raise that one issue with her. And I think it was pretty productive. And I was able to meet some of the people further down on the trough that I think have more of a direct influence on some of the projects that take place in our community. And everybody was aware of the
letters.
The substation in Groveland. So that definitely had an impact.
The microgrid?
The microgrid, yeah.
Yeah,
So.
well, every letter I've written, she has been the recipient of, so she should be aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, thank you, Supervisor Campbell, for taking the initiative to do that and speak to all of our districts is very much appreciated.
Yeah.
And I had just one item, but I actually said it earlier, which was I'm just excited to see this Adventist Health residency program come in, and it's really look to see that will hopefully pay dividends, because I know this rotating doctors is getting really old, and so I'm glad they're still, the hospital is still concerned, of course, over housing, for their employees, and so that's a constant thing that they're working on. But had good conversation with Greg, the new president, and so did Supervisor Half, and so that was good that we were there. All right, so we will meet in the law library. Let's take 10 minutes so we can have a chance to put a couple of things away. And I'm sorry. Oh yes. I don't know why, by the time I get to closed session, right, I'm so excited to just move forward. Okay, if the clerk could please read our two closed session items, 19 and 20.
Item number 19, closed session, public employee performance evaluation, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, title Community Development Director. Item number 20, closed session. I do want to note on item 20 that Dr. Nicholas Wade is a property negotiator and is not attending the closed session. Item number 20, closed session, conference with real property negotiators, conditions and terms, Authority Government Code Section 54956.8, negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Roger Root, Assistant County Administrator, Maureen Frank, General Services Director, Michael Roberson, Assistant General Services Director, related to Columbia School property located at 22540 Parrot Ferry Road, Columbia, California, 95310.
Very good. And I won't forget to ask for public comment on our closed session items. And we have somebody approaching. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon. I just would like to request that you be mindful of all the crap that Quincy has had to put up with in the past year, including her personal safety. And when you renewed her contract, there was no monetary compensation increase included. So I think she deserves a lot from people in this county.
Well, thank you for providing the accolades, and it is appreciated. Okay, so now we will go into closed session, and like I said, no expected report out, and we will, let's say 3:17, we'll meet in the law library. Thank you, everyone, for attending today and your participation.